Then we're going to have a quick review. Following the review, we're going to look in depth at assessment and have some feedback on some of what you have done with respect to your work so far, so as to feed forward into what you need to do. Alvinus, can you hear me?
You're kind of low. So
I'm a little low?
Yeah.
Okay,
So
is this any better? Is this better?
No.
Oh, it's not any better?
Check the volume.
Check your volume. I'm asked to check your volume. Check your volume.
Ask Bermuda if they can.
Bermuda, can you hear?
Yes, we can hear you.
Loud and clear.
Thank you.
It's only you, Alvinus, that's having a little difficulty.
Last time when we couldn't hear, we had to fix it on our monitor, the thing that's projecting to the screen. We had to turn the volume up on there.
To the screen shortly. I just want to check the volume. You can hear us.
Not just the screen on the monitor that's projecting on the screen.
Screen. Shortly. Hear me.
Now we can hear you. Just go on. You keep every time.
I'm not hearing you very well though.
Every time you talk, we can't hear you.
We can or we can't. You're not hearing. Hearing. I'm not sure what to do.
See, I hear you now.
You're hearing me now.
Can you hear me? Yes.
I can hear you, but you're breaking up.
Exactly. That's exactly what's happening with you.
Oh, I see. Should they hang up and call again? PC says no. I'm not sure what the problem is.
Don't call again.
He said no. So we just continue? But they can't hear. Break up. Or you have a breaking times in and out.
Yeah.
All right. He's asking to hang up and call again, Bermuda. What about you, Alvinus? Can you hear?
Yeah.
All right. Bermuda, hang up and call again, please.
And we can't hear you at all.
You can't hear me at all?
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you now. I hear you now.
Hear us now. Praise the Lord. All right. So we're now about to begin. We only have Bermuda, St. Lucia, and Mona. We're not getting Western Hill campus. But this morning, Gavin and Robin are going to do their micro-teaching activity. And then we're going to look at we're going to review some of the activities that you have done. And then we're going to go into assessment and look at that with a view to feeding forward into your final piece. Okay? So, Gavin and Robin, it's over to you.
All right. Good morning, everybody. Are you hearing us?
Yes.
Good morning, guys. This morning we'll be looking at persuasive advertisement, more specifically we'll be zooming in on some techniques used in persuasive ads. Now, added with advertisements from different media sources, right? So on your way to school, your cell phone, public billboards, we see advertisements all over the place. Even TV shows that we even watch will actually feature advertisements at some point in the production. So we're focusing on advertisements this morning. But sometimes, guys, we appreciate the fact that advertisements are generally geared at persuading you to buy a particular product or service, right? We readily engage that. However, as teenagers, we're teaching teenagers, right? Teenagers don't necessarily look at the salient features of an advertisement, how the writer or crafts the particular ad so as to ensure that the particular intended effect will be reached. So we're going to be zooming in or focusing on how the salient features, so the specific details of an advertisement, how it is that they contribute to the to evoking a particular response from the target audience. Alright? So we're going to be looking at this ad.
Yeah, we're going to look at an ad and we want you to identify the features of the ad that you like or the features that stand out to you. Alright? Volume? How do you get the volume?
Can you go to the board?
So from this, guys, you'll begin to understand how to craft your own message to ensure that you get the intended results that you're looking for. Because naturally, the persons who compose these advertisements are aware of the intended response that they expect to get. Right? So similarly, when you're transferring this knowledge to your original, similarly, when you're transferring your own knowledge from this class to original composition of written works, whether it be persuasive or otherwise, you'll be readily disposed to how it is that you craft your message, your intended message, in a bid to ensure that you get the response that you're expecting. Alright, so let's look at the ad.
It's like having
Can you guys use
having
your
fuzzy
camera?
slippers on teeth, but the real word.
Say that again?
Can you move the camera to the board because we can't see the board?
Oh, okay.
I sent content to them.
No, this is not. It's not them.
You're asking to turn the
Just turn the camera on
to
the
board.
board.
What's up?
Are you seeing now?
Yes, perfect.
Hold on, don't take it.
Where it is plaque, and that news, it's like having fuzzy slippers on your teeth, but the real word for it is plaque, and that news came from the dentist. I switched to Colgate Total. When I saw a little pink in the sink, I thought, I'm just brushing too hard, no big deal. Then the dentist said a little bleeding is a sign of gingivitis, and to switch to Colgate Total.
Only Colgate Total has an antibacterial ingredient. It attaches to teeth to form a protective shield that's clinically proven to protect against a complete range of oral health problems for a full 12 hours. No other toothpaste can do that. Only Colgate Total reduces plaque by up to 98% and gingivitis by up to 88%.
Even right after lunch, the plaque didn't come back. My gums are healthier, stronger.
I recommend it because I saw results. Colgate Total has complete 12-hour protection. For a free product trial, visit colgatetotal.com/offer. Colgate Total, #1 recommended by dental professionals. Complete 12-hour protection.
Fuzzy.
Alright, would you like to tell us the features of the ad that stood out to you or the features of the ad that you like? Is it Bermuda?
Yeah.
Alright, could you tell us any feature of the ad that you like?
White teeth.
You like it?
The white teeth.
The white teeth. Anything else?
I love the brand Colgate.
I didn't hear.
She loves the brand.
Oh, you like the brand Colgate? Okay.
I like that they started out with Black Lady.
They started out with it?
Black Lady.
The black lady.
Carla, hold on. Back in the 680s. Wow, what big fun of this.
We can't hear you now. We can't hear you now.
Anything from the gentleman? Anything that stood out to you?
I would say they use attractive appeal to make you like Colgate.
Okay.
They use attractive females to make you want to buy Colgate.
Attractive females. All right, Mona. Anything that stood out?
I like the fact that they use both a colored person and a white person.
So balance of the color,
Right.
white person.
And also I thought that the picture had something about slippers, some slippers, like you feel like slippers on your teeth, something like that. So I like that twist to it.
Okay. All right. We just have a few questions to ask in relation, and of course, for example, the first question we would like to ask, and of course we have Mona and Bermuda. So I'll direct this one to Bermuda first, and then Mona. St. Lucia, sorry, we have St. Lucia as well?
Yeah.
St. Lucia, where's St. Lucia?
Hello.
My apologies, could you just, I didn't realize you were there. Could you just tell us what in the ad you liked?
The statistics
Yes?
and the attractive lady.
The introduction of the lady?
The attractive
The,
lady.
Oh, the attractive
lady.
ladies. Okay. Anything else?
She has a nice smile.
Just smile afterwards.
Okay. All right. Question, and I'm going to say for St. Lucia, I'm going to ask you the first question. Would you buy the product being advertised? St. Lucia?
Would I buy the product?
Yes. Will you buy the product being advertised?
Most probably.
Why?
They seem to have, in addition to the attractive lady, they seem to have given some facts. The lady's teeth seem to be very white, which suggests that the product is working if she was using it. That's about it.
Close, I didn't hear that.
I
I heard
spoke
facts. I heard
about the
facts.
statistics. The statistics seem to support
yes.
the product.
Uh-huh.
The lady who's speaking also as a model who's using the product. She also seems to suggest that to me that if I use the product, I will have nice teeth like her.
Okay, all right. This is for Bermuda. I'm not sure if Bermuda is hearing.
Go ahead.
Okay. Who do you think the advertisement is targeting?
Women. Amen.
Men.
The ad is targeting.
I thought it targeted everyone because it started off with a woman and
Yes.
and toothpaste is used by all, so I guess that was to let her know that she can use this for her children. And then the statistical part of it was adhering to the person who needs to know how many people use this product. So you were catering to that person who is inquisitive, like, do I use it because everyone else is using it?
Okay.
Or based on someone else's opinion. And also you had a businessman sit up there, like, again, I'm even confirming, or was he a doctor or businessman, I'm not sure what he was. And he was confirming that, this is a good product.
Okay, all right. Question for Mona. What was most appealing about that? What was most appealing?
The doctor. The doctor.
The doctor's report. Okay. Why was it? Why would you say that was most appealing?
Because you, at least you know that you have somebody who knows what he's talking about, so he's giving the facts.
Okay. All right. So, just a quick question. I'm just going to ask one person from St. Lucia, one person from. I think there's only one person from. There's only one person at St. Lucia, one from Bermuda.
Yeah.
Just quickly.
Only
And
one person
Mona.
there.
There are. Oh, okay. Just a quick question. St. Lucia, is there an ad that an ad that you like and why? Tell us an ad that you like and why. Just quickly.
I like there are a lot of ads that I like, The ads that I like are usually humorous, or they use a lot of kind of sci-fi kind of thing. I said the ads that I like are usually humorous.
Oh, humorous? Okay.
Yeah.
But just
Okay.
push the mic away from
All
it,
right.
please.
Thanks, St. Lucia. Bermuda, just one person quickly. Any ad that you like and why?
The one I think I like, because I'm a sports person, I like the one with Gatorade that had Usain Bolt in it. That was a good one.
Any reason why you like that ad?
I'm a competitive person, so it's more of the competition aspect, and it's nice to see somebody from the audience get in a commercial like that.
Okay, all right. Mona?
I like the one that came to mind was Best Dressed One. The song is quite catchy.
The best dressed one?
Best Dressed Chicken.
Oh, okay. What about it you like?
The jingle, the song.
The jingle?
Yes.
Or in other words, it's memorable.
Right.
Okay. All right. Email to the group. There is an advertisement vocabulary handout. Did anybody get it?
Yes, we had it.
Yep.
So we're going to go to that now, because what has been happening, the discussion that we have been having, is that most of the elements of persuasive writing are actually coming. Alright, so we're going to go through the handout now, and as we read through the handout, you're going to just try to see now if some of the comments that were made, if you see the actual technique on that handout. Alright, so St. Lucia, you have your handout?
Yes.
Okay. Alright, so let us just quickly go through it. Did we see any testimonial, number one testimonial, a product being endorsed by a celebrity or an expert? Say that again? So there was a testimonial. That one was present, right? Is that a yes?
The doctor was the expert. He testimonial.
Okay, all right. Did we see any example of appeal to authority, number 10, where a writer may mention an important event or person in order to increase credibility?
You don't have a number.
You don't have a number 10?
1%.
Number 10.
Sorry. Oh, sorry. My apologies. All right. It is called
7.
appeal to authority. Appeal to authority, where they use an authoritative figure to kind of give credibility to the ad. Was that present in the ad that we showed?
An expert.
Or an expert?
Yeah.
Yes, right. So the person who mentioned businessman, he was actually what? A dentist. All right.
Yeah.
Was there any plain folks, number 3, the advertiser says or implies that people just like you use a product?
Yeah, the model.
Yes, there was. What about number 5, facts and figures, using statistics, research or other data to make the product appear to be better than its competitors?
Yes,
Yes,
that was
there
it.
was.
Yes, so we had some,
98%.
right, so there was that present as well. Was there any exaggeration? The advertiser makes something seem more than what it is?
It's like teeth.
The protective coating, I think.
I didn't hear that.
The protective coating for your teeth. I remember him saying something like that.
Right, there was something to that effect. What about the bandwagon effect? The advertiser tries to make you feel like everyone else has the product, and if you don't have it too, you'll be left out. Was that present, Mona? Not sure?
It's not coming to.
Not so clear. St. Lucia, was the bandwagon effect present?
To me, it wasn't very obvious.
Wasn't obvious, but was it
No,
somewhat there?
I'm not sure.
All right, well, let me ask the question another way. What about the fact that the ad featured a black female or a black individual and a white individual, and they both had the same narrative? Would you say that that could be tantamount to the bandwagon effect?
Yeah.
Certainly.
Right. So remember the attractive ladies now. So they, not only whites are attractive, but blacks are attractive, and if both white and black are using it, then every other person can use it. Right, people?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So what we're going to ask you to do, because we have limited amount of time, we're going to ask you to just in about 6 to 7 minutes to construct an ad, nothing very detailed or broad, just construct an ad in 5 to 6 minutes using any three devices we have introduced to you. Please and thank you. All right, 5 to 6 minutes, very short. So Bermuda will go first, St. Lucia will go second, and Mona will go last. Any three of the literary devices that we
Any product it is that you want to.
So it can be a product or a service.
Or a service.
5 to 6 minutes.
These guys.
You just said Revlon. Wrinkle, wrinkle.
I don't know what that is.
Yeah, we should make Revlon makes make me. Revlon makes stuff for me.
Oh my god.
Revlon, it brings out. That's good. There you go. Do they have a ring on there?
I'm not doing that. Are you crazy?
We can put this on there.
No way.
In a beauty. You know?
I'm not putting that on my lips. No way.
It don't have to be printed. They make it.
I don't know how else they make.
They make cologne. You want to list that?
No.
You want some Plug in. Revlon goes up.
Okay.
Handout as a guide. Use the handout as a guide to know what devices you can use.
Somebody has to be an actor that.
No, that's. Yeah.
Y'all for tricks. You're not gonna laugh.
Yes. And then you can use it. You really white person around it. And you really like people. White people.
I'm not confused.
Yeah. But.
You can put it on my cheek.
And look.
No.
Just a kiss away.
Whatever.
From your reality.
Whatever.
Isn't that subliminal? Just a kiss away from
Yeah,
your
that is
reality.
subliminal.
Yeah. The whole subliminal.
What time is it?
We're coming today, Larry. You supposed to bring
Yes, sir. You be here. You late. Keep that. They're gonna have what? Getting paid?
No. Yeah.
Yeah. God, I hate this. Action man. Be mad with this. That's making me
So I talked to her, you make it right.
Bermuda seems to be ready.
Sure.
Okay.
You're killing me,
You
you
have
guys.
you have a few more minutes. I just asking.
You actually want to be the web person. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Then Lucia,
Yeah,
are you ready?
yeah.
Okay, all right. Okay, so I'm happy that person's finished actually in the less time than was allotted. All right, so we're going to ask Bermuda to go first. So what we want you to do is to present the ad, and then you're going to tell us the features, the literary techniques that you use in the ad. All right, so go ahead, Bermuda.
I'm gonna run this.
You guys are killing me, man. I'm telling you, this is not going to be pretty.
Our advert is Revlon. You see it?
Yes.
You ready?
Yes,
Aranthus
go
is
ahead.
not gonna be happy. Are we recording this? Because I never make Aranthus do this again.
Yeah, we are.
Oh, good. So it's Revlon. It suits all types.
Can see around
We're not seeing his face.
Smile.
Just tell him to bend a little.
Let him sit.
It suits all types. Revlon.
Okay.
You
Are you
guys
finished?
kill me for this. I'm telling you. Oh my god.
All right, so tell us what are the elements you used in the ad.
Bandwagon.
Go ahead, Bermuda. Tell us what literary techniques you used.
We use the product's name and a catchphrase, and
Uh-huh.
we did it over again. We did use plain folks.
Right.
We thought we used emotional appeals because it was very funny. We didn't use. I guess we did do bandwagon because we said it appeals to all types, man and
Right.
women.
Okay.
And
So you creatively used them, man.
Dr. Rainford, please delete this.
It's okay, alright. I know you're cool.
All right, thank you very
Oh
much,
my
Bermuda.
god.
All right, Saint Lucia, go ahead. Thanks, Bermuda. Saint Lucia.
All right. Presenting delicious, nutritious mango. According to medical professionals, mango is high in beta-carotene and vitamin A. Used as a food source for thousands of years, contributing to the health of thousands of Caribbean people. A mango a day, the doctor way.
All right. All right, tell us what literary techniques you used.
Plain folks, facts and figures, bandwagon, exaggeration, hyperbole, overstatement.
Okay. All right, thank you very much, Saint Lucia. Mona, our final presenter, but not least of them all.
Alright,
So just listen, Mona is going to present.
alright, come one, come all, you're invited to attend the most prestigious institution, the University of the West Indies, where we have over 27 sites all around the Caribbean, where we cater to those who are
Intellectually challenged.
we cater to those who are enthused whether to do a degree, an associate's degree, a diploma, a PhD, a master's. We cater for all those who are interested in furthering their education. Come on to the University of the West Indies, where your future
something. All right, Mona, just tell us some of the devices that you use.
I use statistics. I repeated the name. Yes, I'm a normal person.
Plain folks.
Loaded words. Right.
All right, so we want to thank all our presenters for their very interesting ads. I'm hoping that other persons from the other sides would actually buy the product or use that service. All right, so especially from Bermuda.
You're not funny.
All right, go ahead, Gavin.
All right, good morning again, guys. So you would have realized, so after going through all these techniques, right, and let me commend you guys for being so diligent. And well, the product that we just got after just going through the techniques, I'm really impressed. All right. So it's obvious that there's evidence of transfer. So you're aware of the techniques associated with persuasion, but they weren't limited to those that you got, because there are quite a number of techniques that are using persuasive writing, persuasive advertisements generally. But why we focused on ad is to just give you an idea as to how these techniques work in a bit to achieve or to evoke a particular feeling in your target audience. So based on the presentations, we've identified techniques appropriate for particular groups or target audience, right? So the use of statistics or reference to sources of authority quickly. Who do you think that I would specifically target though? Statistics, facts, use of reference to an expert in a particular field. Who will that appeal to? Teenagers?
Analytical thinkers.
Huh?
Professionals.
Professionals. Yes. Adults. Thank you very much. Because a child will not care about, especially teenagers, will not care about what experts have to say about anything. Right? But a parent and adult will actually want to find out why it is that I need to use this particular product, and not because there's simply the advertisement or the creation of a need. So you never had the desire, you never had the need, but the advertisement created this desire, and you feel moved to make purchase of that particular product. So let's recap now, guys, quickly. What are some of the techniques that you can readily remember or recall from what we've just gone through, without reference to the handout that you got?
Repetition.
Yeah.
Exaggeration.
Yeah.
Testimonial.
Bandwagon,
yeah.
Testimonial.
Testimonials, yes.
Plain folks.
Plain folks. Statistics. Okay, that's it.
Emotional appeal.
Emotional appeal, yes. Alright, so this class was really just to introduce you to the literary techniques that are used in advertisements. And for our following class, what you're going to do for us is that you're going to take an ad out of the newspaper, and you're going to take it to class, because in the next class what we're going to look at now is the effectiveness of the devices. Alright, why are they used? Alright, so that is what we're going to do in the following class. We want to thank you very much, Bermuda, St. Lucia, and of course Mona, for participating in our activity. You are noble students. Alright, thank you very much. On behalf of Gavin and I.
Okay, thanks guys. This brings to an end our micro-teaching activities, and I must say that one of the things that, as I have said, I struggled with was how are we going to get this to work with this video thing. But apparently you have managed to do this quite well. You perhaps because you have been exposed to this thing for some time, meaning it's your second go at it. You've had 2 courses already, this is your 3rd course. So you are a little better at it than I am, certainly by far. 1 class. Okay, so I'm very happy to hear, I'm very happy that you managed this very well. Now, I want to spend a little time to look at some of what I thought you did in the lessons. I want to talk a bit about what you did, and I want to talk a bit about what you have for me, which you haven't yet given me. I need more than the lesson plan. Exams.
Because I know we're supposed to do something after the lesson plan, which is the evaluation.
Yes.
But because we thought that we had to do it first.
Yes.
It might be
Did you send me your? Will you please send it to me? I don't have it. You send me yours. I still don't know where you sent it to. I still don't find it yet.
Oh, I have it, miss. I can send you the note.
Please send it to me again.
Yes, I will.
I'm going to, I'll search my Gmail again. I'm going to search it again before you leave here today. I'd like it.
We've had it from when?
Yes, we're I can remember the first.
I haven't got it. No. You should be here. Okay, so let me tell you what I've got so far from you all, so you can see that I'm marking you, and I want to send you the feedback. I have to type it up into your document, and I can send back some of you. You'll see some of you will get it today. I have the critique from everyone except Gavin and Robin, and Kezia and Joe must say they have sent me. I haven't seen it as yet. And I have to open that. Of course, I have all your macro teaching grades, and I have only one evaluation, lesson evaluation that came from Rosina. Am I right, Rosina?
I sent you mine.
Crystal, you sent me yours?
Yes.
You didn't
I said mine is
evaluation?
one. Summary. Yes.
Hang on. I'm talking about hold on. There are several things, and we don't want to get confused. Each person is to do an evaluation, an evaluation of the lesson. And I know I have Rosina's.
Oh yeah.
I sent you mine.
Dr.
Crystal,
Rainford,
you sent me yours as well. You don't have Crystal
Dr.
as well.
Rainford,
I'm coming, Alvina.
send you my critique as well as my evaluation in the field.
Okay, all right. Let me see. Yes, Crystal, I
They're
have
sent
yours.
together.
Yeah.
They were sent together.
Okay.
I have your critique. I have the critique, Alvinus, of the presentation. You're saying you also sent the evaluation of the lesson as well?
For the micro teaching here, it was in the same email. Both of the files were attached.
All right, let me go back and check again. I didn't, and I printed them, so I have them.
So Dr. Rainford, did you say you have mine, Crystal?
Crystal, I have yours. I have it.
Okay.
I got it.
Okay.
Okay. So the only thing I'm missing based on what you say you've sent me is yours, Alvinus. I need to double check yours.
Okay.
Okay? And you guys say you have sent me your the critique. I'm gonna send it. Check it. And Gavin and Robin have not sent it me. They have written it. All right. And you have just done your micro teaching. Okay. So what you have next for me, each of you now need, well, you have assignments too, but outside of that, you know, each have to do an individual piece where you're evaluating micro teaching as a means of professional development. I'm going to talk a bit about what you have done so far and what I want to see you do differently, because I think that will improve the presentations overall if I tell you some things. Generally, you have done very well in terms of the presentation that you've given. We're going to talk a bit about some of the weaknesses and some of the strengths, but you have done pretty well. And what I'm doing is that as I mark progressively harder. So for your critiques, I'm moving you from the descriptive, so you need to become a little more analytical. And I want to see evidence now that you have done some reading about what you're talking about and not just talking. So you have to use some of the documents that you would have read or ought to have read from the course materials to support what you have said. So I want, especially for this last piece, it cannot be just a description of what you have experienced. You must begin to analyze it in light of the concepts and information that you have been getting.
This is for the evaluation.
For the evaluation. All right? So I'll move it beyond now the description and give me some analysis. Deeper analysis than the description that you have been giving.
You see, I promise to send an example.
I have. Put up one.
This is assignment 2.
Okay? That's for the first. No, this is
Are we
assignment
discussing
1.
assignment 2?
No, albinos. I'm discussing the last piece for assignment 1. Yeah.
The micro teaching evaluation?
That's right.
Okay.
And I'm saying that so far, you have done fairly well for all the pieces that I have seen and read for the various components. But there is limited use of any source to support what you have said. And I'm saying for this final piece, I don't want you to attempt to do your evaluation without citing references from what you have read. And I have said that you need to at least cite at least 4.
Dr. Rainford?
Got it?
I'm asking a question. With
Yeah.
references, I thought you were sending out a list.
I haven't sent them out as yet, because I've only got yours. I've only got yours.
You didn't get.
I've only got yours, Bermuda.
Okay.
I haven't got anybody else's.
There's a reference for
Everybody has to be some to make that whole business, we can use the references to read.
Remember the last piece? It says write a reflective evaluation. So what I want from this is for you to think about how this experience, professional development, what is it about this experience in terms of its usefulness? What are the deficiencies? In other words, what aspects of your professional development have not been addressed or may perhaps cannot be addressed by this exercise? You may want to use this as an opportunity to talk about, as I have said, not just micro teaching generally speaking, but you might also want to think about how you had to operate within this new paradigm of video conferencing. For example, that may feature in your discussion. But what it is about your professional development. What have you learned about teaching from this exercise? How has this exercise helped you to understand better this business of teaching. That's what this last piece is about. And you're going to use what you would have read or what you ought to read about professional development, micro-teaching as a means of professional development to support your reflections. So when we think of reflection, we're thinking of asking you to think about yourself, your practice. You becoming a teacher, or honing your skills as a teacher. And for you to have done that, you would have had to sit down together as a group, and you would have had to talk about the materials that you were preparing. Perhaps you would have planned together, and you may have had some differences. You may have had to think about teaching the content in a different way than you had previously thought about it, because of the fact that you had a new context, a new opportunity. And so the question really then is, how has all this helped you? Or it may not have helped. How has this prevented you, or how has it not helped you? Or what is missing? What more might have been done? What would have been better? That's the kind of reflective evaluation I want you to put in this. And for you to be able to do that, you have to do a bit of reading about micro-teaching. What is micro-teaching? What is it supposed to be able to accomplish? How is it normally used? Has it satisfied your expectations? So you have to write a reflective evaluation of the micro-teaching procedure as a means of professional development. This should be based on your experiences drawn from the exercise and at least 4 relevant references. So you have been teaching, but you have also been in a context where you are learning about teaching through the teaching of your peers. So you're not just learning about teaching because you have been teaching, but you're learning some more about teaching from seeing other persons teach. And you're seeing them, you're perhaps seeing yourself, you're seeing some things that you have done, and you're saying, oh, so it does work. Or you're maybe saying, oh, it's not so useful if I do that. So it is not just your own experience that you're evaluating and you're reflecting on, but you're reflecting on the learning experience that has come as a result of your being in this context. Understand? So that's what this is all about. 15 marks.
So the resources that we're going to use, they have to come from the list that we're going to put together on top of that?
But they don't have to come from that list. But what I wanted you to do was to begin to, because I wanted to force you to begin to reading. I said read, and then let me see what you have read so that we can share it. Okay? Because the time is short. So I was trying to find ways to reduce the amount of work that each of you have to do, and at the same time still benefit from what everybody does. Alright? So I have got some references. I'll put it up in a little while, share it with you, and the others I'm asking you please to send me something so we can share with no. We're a little behind because this piece was actually due yesterday, and I know you haven't done it as yet. So I'd like it by Friday, please. At the very latest. And that's Friday the 11th, right? Okay?
Yeah.
Now the other piece is due next Tuesday. Now this assignment 2 is worth 60% overall, and there are 3 entries. Now you've got to spend some time with this one. Alright, so you have the, try and finish up this one, the previous one a little earlier, so you can spend some more time on this one. Because you will have a week break from this exercise before you go to the other class that you will have. So I'm trying to help you to manage your time a little better. But you don't have much time, do you? So what I want you to do again, now let's go through this one a little more slowly. You're going to review some examination reports. Now some of you have been asking me about CSEC, and some of you have been looking at Cambridge. Bermuda, are you there? Bermuda, we have lost Bermuda? How do we do this now? I guess they'll call back. Can we call them to find out what's happening with them? Bermuda is not there.
They have to call us.
They have to call us. Okay. Or let's just hang on a sec until we see if they will call back. Here. I'm not sure what's wrong with them. I'm going to press on, and hopefully they'll join us shortly. This session is being recorded, so I'm pretty sure they will pick up after this, and I'll try and repeat what I have said at the end, so they can all benefit. Now, the second assignment, it's the heavier assignment. It is the one that is worth 60%, and there are 3 distinct parts to it. Firstly, there is a review of the examination report. Now, I want you to do the first part in a table. So you are to describe 4 recurrent problems or challenges from the reports. So as you go through the reports, you will see that for each subject, they may have specific issues that crop up from time to time. It may be that students are misusing words that sound alike. So they may say homeostasis, homonym or hermaphrodite or some other such photosynthesis that sounds alike. Words that may be a problem that students may have. And you may go through and you will see some recurrent problems. You'll always see recurrent problems. I want you to identify 4.
So we're just identifying, we're not talking about.
No, hold on. You're describing 4 recurrent problems from the reports. So it may be a short description. You have to identify the year and the objective that relates to the problem. Now, I want this in a table. So it's 4 problems. So you have a brief description of the problem, the year, and the objective from the syllabus that relates actually to the problem. So it may be, it's usually linked to some content-specific issue. Brief description of what the problem is, the year from the report, and the specific objectives and challenges. Okay? That's a description. And then you're going to take one of them now I think this is what I'm answering your question now, Kezia. Discuss one of them, take one problem and discuss in terms of its importance to the discipline. So if you're taking your information now about binary systems and whatever the challenge is related to binary systems, you need now to discuss why it is important for students to make this to be able to distinguish between binary systems and whatever other system may be creating the problem for them, because of its importance to the discipline. And by the discipline I mean your subject matter. Why is it important for students to be able to spell or identify the correct concepts in particular cases, to differentiate between words that sound alike in this particular instance? Or why should students be able to make biological drawings? Why should they be able to remember how to multiply fractions or understand how to multiply fractions? Whatever it is that is a recurrent problem, you need to be able to take this concept, take this issue, and say, why would students need to learn this, to know this for this particular subject matter? It may be, what are some of the reasons you think? Give me some examples of why students may be required to understand particular concepts that give them trouble. Give me an example. For example, why do students need to be able to understand fractions? To mathematics. Why do they need to know fractions? It's a different topic, because you don't know why they need to learn. You teach them fractions though. You don't know why they need to learn fractions. Or why do they need to be able to, what did you teach me the last time? What about the squares? Why do they need to complete squares?
It's not a matter of completing squares.
Yes.
But you need to know how to manipulate a problem to get a particular result. You need to know how to think.
Why?
Reason
Why? How is completing squares connected to other mathematical concepts that they're learning?
Because you'll be able to move from that form. You need to put it in that form in order to solve it.
Yeah.
Solve that problem.
Yeah. And solving this problem is important because
you can learn about minimum, but I don't know why
you don't know. Bermuda, that you?
I think I know my
What do we do now?
It's completely square for minimum and maximum form, but I don't know why.
You don't know why you need to know, you would have find out.
Well, you have economics, you have some economics, so...
Hang on, it says something about no more slides can be added because the meeting is full. What are they calling? Oh, Western Jamaica. Western Jamaica, you're finally here? Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. Sorry to be late.
Yes, you missed your lesson. But we're trying to find back Bermuda.
Oh, okay.
Like, I need to keep you very close watching me.
Can you send an email to somebody from Bermuda, please? And find out what's happening with them? Yes. See if you can check for me what's happening. We're in the middle of looking at the final assignment, WJC, and I have already gone through the final piece for assignment 1. So when you get this recording, you might have to look at it, but I have said that that last piece is, I'm giving you until Friday of this week to submit it. So that last assignment, which is an individual evaluation, a reflective evaluation of the micro-teaching procedure as a means of professional development. And I'm saying that you can submit this on Friday of this week. Right.
Okay, Miss, thank you.
Okay?
Miss?
Yes?
Read the references. We're supposed to send the references before we use them?
Yes.
Oh, Jesus. All right.
Just send me the link. But I want you to share them with everyone so they can see other references.
Yeah, I have three. I'll send them to you in a while.
Please send them to me, yeah. That's the whole idea. And then I will just share everybody, I just share it so everybody can see. Because you may not be able to find as many as you think. And then you can then decide what you're going to read. Okay? So we're now at the point where we're looking at assignment 2. And we're talking about how you're going to organize it. And I'm saying that the first entry has 2 parts to it really. The first part is a table. I want a table that pretty much identifies the problem. So you're saying what the problem is. You're telling us the source, the year, and you're linking the problem to specific objective or objectives. It may not be one objective. Okay? It may not be linked to only one specific objective.
We're hearing, Miss. We hear you. We're listening. Oh, Miss, you're gone.
Can't hear anything. Can't hear. All right.
Hold on. We still can't hear.
Can't hear. Underneath something in the long too.
Yeah, they're breaking. It wasn't doing this before. Oh, Miss is back.
I think it's the connection is the issue.
Yes, and I'm going to explain what's happening. Apparently, I'm not sure what's wrong with the system, but Bermuda is unable. You're hearing me
It's the
now?
connection. Our technician is saying it's the connection. Miss, are you talking now? Yes.
Can you hear me?
No. Yes, Miss.
Can you hear me now? Okay,
Yes.
what I'm saying is that apparently Bermuda is trying to call us back, but I'm not sure why it is that they are not able to join us. So we're trying to sort that out. What's the situation?
Because nomination
It's not allowing us. Can you call Craig and see if he can figure it, please? Or maybe he can call by the CFDS office. I'm not sure what the problem is. You sent an email, Kezia?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we have sent an email. We're trying to figure out what the problem is because we have always had four sites on, but it's not allowing us to add Bermuda. And I don't know why. Okay, so let's press on a bit. So I'm saying that the first part is in a tabular format. I want a table. And the second part is to discuss one problem. One problem that you have represented in your table. And that discussion should show evidence that you have an understanding of the importance of that topic or those problems to your subject area. It means that you have to think about it, and if you haven't thought about it, you need to find out. Why is this important for the learning of mathematics or English or information technology? That you need to have.
So Dr. Just to follow up on that point, so it has to be linked to society going forward?
Yes. So it's talking about relevance. It's really about relevance. Because many times we think of teaching and we teach primarily because the syllabus says we must teach it. But the truth is that when we consider the learner's needs, if you remember we talked about this, okay? When you consider the learner's needs, you've got to think beyond more than the syllabus. What is it that this person is going to get from this? And maybe when we understand that, we can begin to think more carefully, we will begin to think more carefully about how do we package it for the learner. So this is an exercise I want to take you through because it's important for us to be sensitive to understand why we're teaching something. And so that's that section. Now for that part, you're going to need to make reference to the literature. So you may have to look now at the teaching and learning of mathematics, of information technology, of language. Oh, they're back. Excellent.
Thank you for that, it just kept blocking. Okay, thanks. I'll call you back at BA. That's funny. I like that.
We only see a blue screen. That's it. You can't actually see.
Miranda, can you hear us? Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Oh, we're getting.
Yes,
Were you hearing
yes.
me? All right, we still saw the video. Alvinas, can you hear?
No, we just saw it.
Yes.
Okay. Why can't I see? Is there something from your end that you need to do, Orantos?
I don't think so. We're trying to call back.
You need to see your that blue screen. Is that the screen of the
Video?
Video.
There's no blue screen here. Not sure what the blue is. Hmm? Yes, they're still there. They're hearing us. Are you hearing us around us?
They're home.
Oh, they've gone. I don't know. I don't understand. But I press on. So you need to get a sense of what is the reason for teaching your subject area. Okay? And I don't want you to go on and on and on ad infinitum. So I'm limiting you to 5 pages.
I'm seeing here also he gives a recommendation.
So it says, discuss one of the problems in terms of its importance in discipline, implications for teaching and learning, and recommendations for addressing the problem. So depending on what the problem is, you're thinking now, remember you're thinking as a teacher, you're saying, the reports are saying that this thing keeps on coming back. Students are not doing whatever it is. The issue now becomes, what can you do as a teacher to address that problem? How would you advise your colleagues? How would you advise yourself? What may be some of the tricks or adjustments that teachers could make in order to make this clear? Where I'm seeing you, can you see us?
No.
Can't see, but we see ourselves.
We see ourselves.
You see yourselves.
That might be I don't know. It might be something to do with us. I'm not sure.
Someone's coming over.
Yeah, somebody's coming over. But we can hear you just fine.
But what we're doing is we're looking at the second assignment.
Oh, okay.
And I'm going through it so that we're clear about what we're going. We've looked at the first one. And we have said, I don't remember if you were here when we said this, I'm going to say it again, that the last piece for the first assignment, I'm giving you until Friday. Did you get that?
Yeah.
Did you hear
Yes.
that? You got that part? Okay,
Yeah.
fine. So we're now at the second assignment, and I'm making the point that the first part should be done in a table.
Okay.
And then the discussion comes after that. And I'm saying that you need to do some reading around why the teaching of your subject is important and why this particular topic that you have identified as a problem, why is this important to your subject? Why do you teach number systems. What's so important about it? As I've said, why do you teach fractions? What's so important about teaching fractions? Apart from it being on the exam. Okay. Now the second. Yes.
Dr. Rainford, I have a question.
Go ahead, Orantos. It's gone. Orantos, go ahead.
Something going on there.
At their end. Okay. You're gonna get Orantos. I'm not quite sure what the problem is. But when you come back, you can ask me your question. The second one, though, is lesson plan. And I want a concept map or some other graphical representation of the ideas. Now I have put up as well on Orvally some other graphical possibilities that you could use, you could look at. And you're going to design a summative evaluation exercise using a multiple choice exercise of 6 items or a structured exercise based on 3 written or pictorial stimuli. And all questions must be original. So now, by the end of today's class, all of these concepts, those words embedded in this second bullet should become clear. So you may want to ask yourself now, summative, multiple choice exercise, structured exercise, written pictorial stimuli, all of those you need to understand. And the graphical representations. Because we're going to require that of you for the second entry. Okay? And I don't want anything else except that. And for the final reflection, you have been thinking and writing and sorting out your thoughts. I want you to now make a general look back at the course and do a general overview. So you're going to report on your work in the course, report on your presentations, your discussions, all of this. You're going to look at what you have done in this course. And you're going to prepare a 5-page report on key issues, patterns, approaches, whatever, all the observations that you have made about yourself in relation to teaching and assessment. Okay? So you are going to now do another reflection, and this time this reflection is now based on the entire course that you have experienced. And it says, for example, you might articulate teaching-related observations about yourself, issues you have been confronting, and or patterns you notice about yourself. What concepts and practices struck you as important and why? How has your learning impacted other aspects of your life? Consider how you might move forward and the concrete steps you might take to improve your practice. Your analysis must be underpinned by reference to professional literature. So now you need to think about teaching in a big way. And some of the readings from the course are there for you to move on from. We have looked at much of them, but you can look at the others. All right? Now, this last piece may take you the longest, this last entry. You should be able to do entries 1 and 2, like within a day. But entry 3 will take you about 2 days, or perhaps 3 days. So you don't have much time. It's due next week, Tuesday. All right, so I want you to really begin to think about it and give yourself some space and some time to think. So you really do need to finish the first assignment. I said Friday, but if you could do it by Thursday, that would be great. So you give yourself another 4 days to do the second piece. Any questions? Everybody's clear?
Miss?
Yes?
I just want to get the due dates clear.
Yes. Go ahead.
The first, the assignment that was due today is due Friday.
Well, it's still due today, but I'm giving you until Friday.
All right, so that one is Friday.
Yes.
The big, the portfolio.
Yes.
I'm trying to find something. That one is due
on
when?
Tuesday, July 14, 2014.
That one has the reflection too?
Yes, there are 3 entries.
Oh. I'm trying to open the things I can see if I find it. All right.
There are 3 components.
Next Tuesday is not the 14th.
Next week Tuesday is not the 14th. What time is it?
Today's the one.
Oh, so it's next week Monday, not Tuesday.
Next week Tuesday. Okay, miss.
It's Monday, it's Monday, it's not Tuesday.
Why do you? Oh my gosh.
Dr. Rainford?
Yes, Albinos. Aranthos.
Hello.
Yes, Aranthos, I'm hearing you.
Is it possible we can change? Is it possible we can change from the recorded and put it on the regular one? Because at our end, we keep dropping off.
Alright.
What did he ask?
To leave the bridge on just a regular call. So
Yes. Can you do that?
Yeah.
So you, the technician says yes.
Okay.
Now we see.
Now we see. I don't know how long it's gonna last. I forgot to say, sorry.
Alright, Bermuda.
Yeah.
Alright, you can leave the bridge and call the regular IP address and see if that
Alright,
answers.
thanks.
Alright.
Yeah, until
Well, we have 2 more weeks.
Yeah. Alright, I know it seems like a lot, but you just need to give yourself 3 full clear days. And you can do this. You can't do anything else in those 3 days, except your regular things. Get up, bathe, eat, and sleep, and complete the assignment.
Gotcha.
I take her on.
Yeah, another one.
Take her on.
I have exam tomorrow. I can't do that.
You have exam tomorrow?
Yes.
Okay.
We have exam on Friday.
Exam on Friday? Oh, you all have an exam. What kind of
We
exam?
have exam too. And we have other things.
Oh, another course. Okay.
And my reports at school, that's taking up a lot of time. I have to go back to work.
Okay, yes, I know that. I'm sorry about that. But you have another course starting when? The 21st. So do you want me to give you a little more time?
Of course.
Is that what you're saying?
I would appreciate it, miss. I'm not lying. I would really appreciate it.
So if I go down to the 17th, would that help you?
Yes.
Yes, I think it would do a lot.
Yes, please. Is that okay? 17th will work for you? I don't want you to, I want to get a break between this course and the next course, and I didn't really want to take you down to the
But we need
course.
time to get the information because we only have, Dr. Rainford, we found that we only have 3 years. We only have 3 years worth of data for our program because it's only been in existence for 3 years. So is that sufficient for you? Or
That's okay. That's okay.
okay.
Go with that. Yeah, go with that.
Okay. And then we can hear you. No, she's still.
So we
She's talking.
classes.
She's talking, yes. We can't hear you, Dr. Rainford. Are you talking? We can't hear her now. It's good. She's talking.
17th.
Yeah. Okay.
You're not hearing me?
Now we can hear you.
I think every time you click the door, the computer gets upset.
Yeah, we're gonna see if we can get it.
Okay.
Just make provisions if you get that.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna move on now. I'm gonna look at aspects of assessment now. I'll come back to the reflections afterwards. Interest of my boring you don't. I think you're getting bored. Okay.
And she didn't say no more, she just said okay.
She just come back.
And she said it's okay that we have 3 years.
Oh, she did? Yes. Look. Come on, wait till we can explain what we have. We have to minimize it.
So,
Don't do it.
What's happening now?
I don't know. Can you hear him, Alvinus?
No, I'm not hearing. I only see you guys in Bermuda. I don't see anybody else.
We see you. Oh, boy.
So, Usha, you could hang up and call back. Call the regular IP address that you usually call.
Okay,
all right.
Guess what? Oh, this is important. That must be an issue.
Then you know this. They just share the screen or.
Maybe.
Can you see the screen, Bermuda?
There.
Western Jamaica, can you see the screen?
Yes, Miss, we see you.
No, not me.
We can see you.
Okay, if you go into Orville, you can put on the 3 points so you can see them.
Let's
You're going to Orville or VLE.
No, they are.
3 PowerPoint presentations that I'm going to go through in a while.
Okay.
So in case
Miss, we see the screen now.
So,
can see the screen now.
Alright.
Zoomed in too far.
Zoomed in too far. Take it out a bit.
Oh my. We see it.
I think that's
yeah,
fine.
that's fine.
hi, how are you?
It's not too hot in here.
So it's too hot in here.
Yeah, Lord, it's kind of hot, but
If you want that to run home, this story, here.
And that's something you need to do. Close the door.
close your door.
You want to be colder? You feel hot now? I'm okay, because leave it then. Because I'm not cold. So that'll put me to sleep. That's my nights reason. That's my nights reason. Christian doesn't have to.
Very good. Okay, now we're going to spend some time talking about some terms. And I should say that Alvinus raised a concern yesterday, but I think perhaps some of you may also have a similar concern. So I'm going to address it. I responded to him, but I will say to you all that we recognize that assessment is an area that most teachers struggle with. And in fact, much of the research about teaching and learning points to weakness in teacher assessment. And it also points to the tremendous value that good assessment will bring to the whole business of learning when teachers are able to conduct sound assessment inevitably, it facilitates learning and causes students to perform much better. That's what the research points to. And when we designed this program, we designed programs such that there is an assessment course. Unfortunately, it falls within part 2. And we have been thinking about it, and we have been saying that we really should find a way around that. But there is this very small component to assessment that's linked to this particular course. But you really do need a full-scale assessment course for, for your benefit as a teacher. What I want to do today is to look a bit at some of the assessment activities and issues that link most closely to classroom experiences. And so I'm just going to narrow the focus to look at what happens in the classroom and how you can improve those classroom assessment skills. Now I want you, Alvinus, this is for you first, since I think you may have most experience, and then I'm going to ask Kezia and Jomo and Dario to have a go at it. So here's what I want you to do. Alvinus, you're first. I want you to make a sentence using the first 2 terms that you see on the board. Evaluation and assessment. I want a sentence that uses those 2 words. Okay? Kezia, I want you to make a sentence using assessment and formative assessment. Dario, I want a sentence between evaluation and summative assessment. This last one is up for grabs. Who can make a sentence between formative and summative assessment? To use those words in your sentence. So evaluation and assessment. Then we have assessment and formative. We have evaluation and summative. And then we have formative and summative. Okay, Alvinus, you go.
It's my turn?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I was still thinking. I find these 2 terms are very close.
Yes, they are.
In my mind. Yeah, I'll go ahead. I may be wrong, but I'll go ahead.
Go ahead.
Evaluation of students involves assessment.
Yes. All right. I take that sentence. Next one. Who's next? Okay, so you're next.
Assessment evaluation is
Formative assessment takes into consideration different types of assessment.
All right, I have that. Okay. I'll write that. Dario, you're next.
Summative assessment can be used as an evaluation tool, as a form of evaluation. Summative assessment can be used as a form of evaluation.
Participation communities as
next?
Dr. Rainford likes to use formative assessment at the end of our classes.
Dr. Rainford uses formative assessment
at the end of our class. Like we need something else for
Dr. Rainford uses formative
to get feedback, to get early
to get feedback. Excellent. You've done very well, actually. You all have. So, Albina, your sentence was, and you were concerned about the fact that those two terms seem very close, but in your mind, you made a distinction. What distinction did you make in your mind about them?
In my mind, I made evaluation the bigger term, and I made assessment part of evaluation.
Yes. And is that the same thing you did, Dario?
Yes.
All right.
Yes, I did.
That's good, because that's quite correct. Evaluation is a broader term. Evaluation is the overall judgment that you give. Okay? So, in order to evaluate, you need to get some data. You need information. And that information you get from the different assessment activities. Assessment can be used to describe the process as well as the product. Okay? Assessment can be used both to describe the process of carrying out, getting the information, as well as it can be used as the tool that you use. So I use this assessment instrument, which is perhaps a test or a questionnaire or some such thing. And the process of getting this information is also sometimes described as carrying out an assessment. Sometimes you call it testing. But testing is somewhat more narrow than assessment, because sometimes when you use the word test, you're describing a certain type of assessment. But assessment is broader than just necessarily using written tests. When you look at students and you see how they communicate, you see how they respond, you listen to what they say, and you make a judgment. You have listened, you have made some judgments, you have assessed and you have evaluated. Okay? Sometimes, therefore, we make, and these judgments that we make have life, sometimes long-term implications. We make the judgment based on data. So, for example, students do Cambridge mathematics, and they do so at O levels. You make a decision, can these students who have done O level maths move on to do A level maths? You say no. For them to do A level maths, they need to do additional maths before they do A level maths. Okay? So you use information to make a judgment about students' capabilities and their competencies. You evaluate. So you've evaluated. You've said students are not going to be able to perform well in advanced level mathematics with only having done O-level maths. Okay? So what I'm saying is that we use assessment information to make decisions. Decisions as parents, decisions as teachers, as administrators, policymakers. It means, therefore, that this is very important for us to get. So evaluation requires assessment. And assessment can come in many different ways and formats, as Casey's definition alluded to. She said, formative assessment takes into consideration different types of assessment. Now, Casey, what do you mean by that? Formative, she uses her hand, she says formative. She says help.
It's more broad.
Her sentence was formative assessment takes into consideration or uses different types of assessment. She says you use different types of assessment when you're carrying out formative assessment. And I'm saying that's true. In other words, that statement is a true statement. It should be a true statement. Let's put it that way. It should be a true statement. Okay? And I'm asking her why she made that sentence. What is it that she's saying about formative assessment?
You cannot your formative, there are different ways of assessing.
Yes.
And then based on all these assessments now, that would be
okay, I guess the question really is, what is formative assessment?
Measuring, using different methods to measure a student's ability.
Okay, that's what you would have perhaps got from Casey's sentence. And that's why I said it should be that you use different methods. But it is more than the process of using the methods.
Is it specific?
What
Is it more specific or details?
No, not just about specific or details. Let's just go to the definition and then I'll come back to what I had before. We'll come back to it.
Official? Is it used, when it says formative, meaning that it's used throughout, maybe?
I heard a formative assessment is a diagnostic test. Is a way
Or used across a segment?
Formative assessment is sometimes described as classroom assessment, as one way of describing it. It is a kind of assessment that is used as a part of instruction to support and enhance learning.
So it's ongoing.
It's ongoing. And it is not just ongoing, but there is something in that definition that speaks to purpose.
Can you repeat that?
It's ongoing, and there is something in the definition that speaks to purpose. The purpose is very important in understanding formative. The purpose is to support and enhance learning. So it's not just to give an exercise to students, but it is used so as to support learning. Because it is very easy, it is possible rather, to give an exercise, give activity, students do the activity, and at the end of it, you said, okay, now let's move on. That purpose is not necessarily to support learning, but to document. It comes as a result of what do they know, and I leave it as that. I record it. I have information, but I don't use it in teaching to support learning. So for example, I'm in the process of teaching and I am asking students questions. And while it is that I've asked the questions, I notice that there is a misconception that's recurring, that students are mispronouncing a word, or they are using words interchangeably when they don't mean the same thing, or they're using words incorrectly. And then I recognize that. So that's an observation, and I have made a judgment about it. Something is wrong here. What I then do is I use that assessment information and do something about it. I say, okay, for the next time we're going to do this, or I may say, no, think about the word that you have just called. Let's write that word. And let's see what's different from this word. Okay? So you've used this word in the sentence. The word is photosynthesis. But when you think of photosynthesis, you have used this word in the way you ought to have used it. You've used it to mean something else. And you ask them to talk about the words. So, in so doing, I have taken this information and I am using it. I am trying to get students to make the step, to move beyond what they have learned, and to undo perhaps, and to move forward. So there's a purpose to it that I want you to understand. It's very key. It's used as a part of instruction to support learning. I'm going to come back to it. So that's formative, as opposed to summative, which usually comes at the end. So Alvina says that formative is ongoing, and it is. It comes throughout learning. It supports learning. And it's the kind of assessment that classroom teachers use and ought to use to facilitate instruction. It doesn't happen just once or twice. It happens using a variety of strategies, which is what you have made. Your sentence was, form assessment takes into consideration or uses different types of assessment. So it may be a written thing. It may be that they have to do a demonstration to show that they understand. They have to do a diagram. They may have to create a song. So you use a variety. We're going to talk about the variety. And why is the variety so important? The variety is important because, again, we are addressing different ways of creating meaning. And the more you do it in different ways, then the more secure what you're going to learn. So the more you use it, the more you write, the more you talk, the more you act, the more you create, the more you draw, then the better it is. It enhances learning. And that's why it's important to use the variety. Okay? That's why I said that it can be like that, it should be like that. But sometimes we don't do it like that. Alright? So the third sentence now was, summative assessment can be used as a form of evaluation. Whose was that? Yours, Dario?
Yes, miss.
Tell me what went on in your mind when you said that.
Well, I was thinking, when I saw summative, I thought about summaries.
Yes.
And then, so that's what really...
That's what you were thinking about. And you're right. Summative assessment usually is what comes at the end. It summarizes learning. It comes at the end. Can you think of an activity, an assessment activity, that could be described as a summative assessment?
Final exam.
Like what?
Final exam.
A final exam, yes. And like your Cambridge, O-levels, A-levels, CSET, CAPE, those are summative. Your end of your examinations are summative. They come at the end of a unit of work or a period of instruction. And they come and they're usually used to, as I have said, document learning. Now both these, formative and summative, are important aspects of teaching. And Jomo said Dr. Rainford uses formative assessment at the end of classes to get early feedback. And that's true. But I also use summative assessment at the end. But usually the formative comes during. But even though it may come during, it can also come at the end, because it's not so much where, it's the purpose. The purpose is important. In one end, in one instance, it is for supporting, informing. The other one is for documenting, record keeping.
So summative is just record keeping.
Usually. Okay? So you need to give a 6-weekly examination grade. You need to. But the classroom teacher now, to talk about teaching and learning, it's a different kind of assessment. So what we're going to be dealing with is again those two. I want you to keep the formative in mind. I'll go for a little bit to talk a bit about how it is that you must change your practice or what you must incorporate in your practice to facilitate formative. But we're going to look specifically at how to do some special types of items. Okay? Now, I'm going to go through this, but usually when you think of assessment, another term that comes to mind is what we call large-scale assessment, or is described sometimes as having high stakes. Now, I have sent you to look at the results of large-scale assessments. So in your assignment, I ask you to look at your CSEC or Cambridge results. These are large-scale examinations. They're done on a large scale. Okay? And their function mainly is to maintain standards. So we know we can compare group to group from year to year. These are important. We're not talking about these. Usually, they're done by a large segment of a population. They have delayed feedback, and typically, they use written assignments, pencil and paper, or they call pen and paper questions. That's usually what they talk about. So keep that there. It's important, very important administration, but in the classroom, we're talking about a different kind of assessment, different purpose. We just looked at that. Okay. Now, Stiggins says that classroom assessment or formative assessment is most closely assigned with day-to-day instruction, and is the most influential in terms of student, teacher, and parent decision making. In other words, what he's saying is that it is based on the kind of assessment that teachers use every day in class that will help the teacher to make some decisions about what students know, where students can go, how well they're doing, okay? And the same thing with the parents, whether or not I should invest in this child, should I send him to extra lessons, should I send the child to do some further studies, should I prepare now for this child to go to university? So this information is very, 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 very important. It's so important that a lot of research has been done in this area. And a lot of the research points to the fact that if teachers get this right, if teachers get the classroom formative assessment right, then students perform extremely well. But the most important, I think, the most exciting part of this research says that formative assessment, when well done, when properly organized by teachers, it helps the slow learner far more than any other form of assessment. Helps so the learner who is slow is the one that benefits most from this form of assessment. You want to think about that because it has implications, therefore, for how we teach and what it is that we do. Very significant. So then, our definition speaks to another aspect of learning, another aspect of assessment that I want you to zero in on. And you may hear this, you would have read about this, and I will just tell you what it means. Assessment for learning is related to form. In fact, what we have traditionally called formative assessment is really now being identified as assessment for learning. If you look at the definition, you will see it's the process of seeking and interpreting evidence for use by learners and their teachers to identify where the learners are in their learning, where they need to go, and how best to get there. So who is doing this seeking in this process? The teachers. The teachers are seeking. Only the teachers?
Students.
The students also have to be seeking, you know. All right? Because they're going to use this information. But the students can seek only when the teachers give them the sort of direction and guidance. Okay? Students will not necessarily know what they're doing incorrectly without the sort of guidance from their teachers. And I think I told the story about my English teacher who gave us a story to write every week. And I didn't know what it was that I was doing wrong until she intervened and asked the question. Because I wanted to find out what I was doing wrong. So I was trying to get information about how to move beyond 7 out of 10 each week. And she was able to provide me with the information as to how best to go beyond the 7. She told me where the gaps were. So that's important. So when you think of formative assessment and assessment for learning, we're talking about the kind of assessment that we engage in to help students to learn, to help them to understand what they don't understand, so as to how to help them to move beyond what they don't understand. That's the kind of assessment that you need to embrace.
I know I'm just asking.
Yes.
Would a diagnostic test be an assessment?
A diagnostic test is a test that you use to determine what it is that students are, what they know at a particular point in time, what their strengths and weaknesses are. But the truth is that a diagnostic test, any assessment activity, let me answer it this way. Any assessment activity can be used for summative or formative purposes. It is not the activity in and of itself that makes it assessment for learning or of learning or formative or summative, as the case may be. It is the way it's used. So I could give my students many different activities and I still don't use it to facilitate learning. It's still summative. It becomes formative or assessment for learning when I choose to use it in a particular way. All right? Now, what the research says about how to improve this, how to make our classrooms more focused on AFL, is that there needs to be more classroom dialogue. Firstly, there are several things, okay? There's classroom dialogue, there's feedback through marking. In other words, when you mark students' work, you give them information about what it is that they are doing or what they're not doing. There's feedback. Then there's a peer and self-assessment. So you get students to assess themselves and assess each other. And then there can be formative use of summative tests. So in other words, when you give the test at the end of the unit, you don't just leave it there, but you take it now and you say, no, let us see what you have done, what you have not done. So you help the students to move beyond just having a grade, but understanding why they have got this grade. And these are 4 of the steps. There are others that I have identified, I've taken out, talking about practice now, taken out to guide you, to help you. No, we don't have time to go into each of these activity things. But there's reading around this that I have provided for you. Okay? So these are some of the issues. But if you think about your classroom now, and you think about what I've just said, you can see how if you engage students in a conversation in a classroom, you're more likely to hear what they are thinking than if you just sit and have a monologue. Okay? So if you don't have the conversations, you will not know what they're thinking, and you will therefore not know what their weaknesses and their strengths are. Similarly, when you mark the students' work, you need to give them some feedback. Because remember, what you want to do is to help them how to bridge the gap. Feedback is saying, how do you bridge the gap? I am here. I want you to be over here. There is a gap. The question is, what do you need to do to fill that gap? You need to go back and look at how to do log division. Or you need to go back and review what we mean by indices. Because you think that 10-0 is the same as 10 to the 1. Okay? So you need to go back. So when you see the gaps, you can help the students to make those jumps, how to fill those gaps. But we have to be sensitive to the fact that the students, there are these gaps. And we have to be able to diagnose where the gaps are. So we have to have an understanding of our discipline to be able to make those decisions. And that's why I keep on saying, sending you back to your discipline. What do you know? What do they need to do? It means, therefore, that we need to think about ourselves as teachers. What do we need to do differently? How do we teach? Do we just start by saying, we're going to do this today, and head up in your books and write these things down? Or are you going to engage the learner in ways that some of you have been doing in your micro-teaching activity? Where you have begun to get them to respond, to think, to contribute. So our pedagogic style, how we teach, becomes important. We recognize that the learner has a voice, and that voice must be a part of the process. So we engage the learner. So the interaction must be there. And then there's also the important thing of reflection on what you're doing as a teacher and also as a student. This business of motivation is very important. And we motivate students in different ways. We motivate students and demotivate them by how we treat assessment. So we have done a test, and the students have done some very well, some they have not done so well. And you say, Jomo, I don't know why you want to come to school every day. Because I have given you this test, and all you've done is foolishness. Again. And that's not motivating. If Jomo has not been doing well, having said that to him, what's going to happen to him? You think he wants to do better? I doubt it. I doubt it. You want to prove me wrong, but if Jomo's personality is as such that he has a really secure self-concept, then maybe. Maybe. It might demotivate him as well. If he's not confident in himself and who he is, it could really cause him to stop even coming to school.
So it depends on the student, what type of student it is.
It depends on the student. And you have to be very careful. Especially with girls. What's wrong with girls? Yeah? You know? So motivation, how we motivate the students really becomes important. And the variety, that's the question you were asking, point you're making. A variety is important, not just one type. Because different people are good at different things. And so you find that when you ask them to do a table, they may find it easier than writing 2 pages. And you get the same information. So you have to think about different ways to get the different students to show you what they really know. Remember, what you want is to find out what they know. Okay? That's what you want. What do the students know? I'm going to leave you to look at this slide, but I want to look at the 2 in red. The first says, it's a key professional skill, and it fosters motivation. In other words, this thing of assessment, it's not something that is left to chance. It's something that as professionals we need to really grasp and hone. Now this is where I want to go. I'm going to spend some time here. Stiggins says that there are 5 key principles. Whether you're doing high stakes, large scale assessment, whether it is summative assessment or formative assessment, regardless of the type of assessment or the purpose, there are some fundamentals that you need to bear in mind. And these 5 fundamentals you need to appreciate whenever you're going to prepare any kind of assessment activity. Firstly, you must be sure why you're doing it. Because why you're doing it is going to have implications for what you do. If your purpose is to determine that I can drive a car, if that's why I'm doing this, then I have to drive a car. I can't tell you about how to drive a car, because that doesn't mean that I can drive a car. I know about how to drive a car, but I may not be able to drive a car. So your purpose is going to determine how you conduct this activity. So it becomes very important that when you're going to decide on what you are going to do, you are very clear why you're carrying out this assessment activity. If it is just to find a grade, then it is not going to be anything but anything that goes. But if your purpose is to get students to be able to do this, to distinguish between reflection and refraction, then you are going to make you're going to think about now, how am I going to make them? How am I going to do this? Alright? So your purpose is clear. The second thing is that your targets must be clear. What are you measuring? What are you assessing? Is it their knowledge? Is it some skills? Is it some disposition? What am I measuring? Okay? So you're clear about why you're doing this. You're clear about what you're targeting. And if you think of a target, you think of a bullseye, you think of a target, okay? It's not always very easy to hit the target. Alright? Sometimes we go all over the place. But our purpose in assessment is to hit that target. The other thing is we need proper methods. Proper methods mean we need to determine how to use particular methods, and there are many. We need to make sure we have an appropriate sample. We have enough evidence. So when I do my driving test in Jamaica, I have to go on the road to drive, but first I have to go in the yard, I have to do reverse, I have to do hill start, and I have to do parallel line parking. I think that's what they're called. And then I also have to drive on the road, and I also have to do a written test. Okay? So I have an appropriate sample. It's not just one thing that I'm doing. It's why. And then finally, I have to make sure that there is no bias involved in what I'm doing. So I'm not going to give my students anything to reflect on that might put them at a disadvantage or put some others at an advantage. So when I'm doing my maths problems or my physics problems, I am not going to be asking about cricket and football and other things that the girls may not be familiar with. Are you with me?
Yeah.
So I'm going to make sure that whatever I use, whatever cues I use, whatever stimulus materials I use, do not put some persons at a disadvantage as opposed to others. So we're not talking about things that's unfamiliar to students. So if students are not accustomed in your class to be traveling on an airplane to go abroad, for example, then when you ask them a question that requires this sort of knowledge, then what it does is that it confuses, it clouds them. So you end up not knowing if they know your subject matter, or it's because you have put it in a context that they are unfamiliar with, and so they cannot manipulate that context. So that's the bias eliminated. All right? So those 5 principles, Stiggins says, will guide us. All right. What time's over there now? After what? Okay. Let's pause a bit on this before I go on to the others. Give you a chance to have something to eat. I see Orange because he's sleeping and tired. I know that there's a Brazil somebody match today, but I'm sorry you will be.
He'll be up for that too.
Hello.
He will.
You'll have to listen to it. What time
My team plays tomorrow.
Okay, so you have enough time. Okay, you can go home and watch it afterwards. All right. So I'm going to pause and allow you to have something to eat, and we'll come back in 40 minutes. All right, 40 minutes.
All right.
It's a longer time in the afternoon session. Let me just double check. Is it in my Gmail?
Yeah, but send it to the toilet.
Yes. This is another thing? It's on this? Sorry. Don't give a Gmail. You will mail?
Toilet, it's sent to the union for.
What you send it to? Marcia at gmail.com? RAIN? Yes, Susan.
Amy.
On the red? I think so. That I mean, I should remember when you pass that way. It's not always 100%. Mhm. Oh, he's a grad student. I don't even know. The secondary student. The secondary student. Person studied for 2 years. Okay. Or sent an email. Okay. I remember. So now it is that. Alright. So what we need to do now is to decide whether our student can come So do we want to answer that? I am actually teaching you. Unless she can, I mean, I have on my desk corner. So, yes, see if she can find it. Yeah. Alright. Thanks.
You shall. So this one, he's probably, yeah, she's a Delta. She's a Delta. What's that one examples of lesson? Is this? Is that this one? That's what C is the sentiment data. This is C problem solving. Right. The specific stuff. This is saying what they do, what the curriculum. So for example, and then what we need is the data point. What is been the results? Right. Based on these things, no. In on one of the papers, they had it broken down into subjects. And like common problems, challenges. Right, because you have to select the core problem. Right. So both people took me. The core problem is problem solving. Problem solving. And you can do the task her. Well, that's what I might say. She might say that, but again, we still need the statistics to back it up. And see that it is. Isn't she the head of, is she the head of the master problem? Is she still No, she didn't say that. That's not what she said. She said they was in the same course. They both went to, they both did the Mount St. Vincent. Just like we're doing this, they did it to Mount St. Vincent. Because this lady who, the graph and her did the, she's young. Who? The graph. Or what was her degree? She's not that old. What's her degree? Her first degree. Oh, they did the whole degree at Mount St. Vincent. Early childhood. They did like we did. No, because Mount St. Vincent had a degree early childhood. No, I don't know what that means. They don't check it because but she was talking just between. Wow, but she said that is cool. So these guys have problems getting into the middle school when they did. So these two got in, but the ex people that took it are not able to get in. And that's
You don't have a list of what you must do. They will just give it in the editing class. You just follow the
that you'll take back from get the math out of get the math to be math, get the math. Really it's like basically that's the thing you get from meaning what right.
St. Lucia? Bermuda?
Yes.
WJC?
Dr. Rainford?
Yes, are you hearing me?
Yes, I can hear you. I'm just letting you know I have a 2:30 appointment.
Okay, that means you're leaving in half an hour.
Yes, but it should be not that long.
Okay, all right.
So it's actually on campus, so I do apologize.
Okay, no problem.
It's in preparation for my practical.
Oh, I see. That's excellent.
Yeah. I'm meeting the teacher, so I have to go and meet her before she goes on summer break.
That's good. Excellent.
So I do apologize.
Yeah, so you will get a sense of what you're going to be teaching.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I'm not sure why I'm not seeing you though, or you're not seeing me. I'm not even
You
seeing
see
it.
the PowerPoint. You have to on the PowerPoint.
Seeing that too, but I'm not seeing anything else. WJC, are you there?
So what, yes, he must have.
St. Lucia, are you there?
Is it from school? And she's like, no, everyone thinks that. There's some people just naturally have that. So you see
That's
it
what they told
common.
me.
Yeah. So she's like, so it's not like, because many people think it's screen or you scratch your arm. And she said, it's not like that. It's just some people's muscles are naturally like that. So she says, I'm only seeing that because it can happen again. And you're always going to be.
I'm not seeing anybody else. The screen is just showing the board. I'm asking you if there's something else that needs to be done. But am I not just, I'm not seeing anything else. I'm asking, I don't know. I'm standing here and I would normally see myself.
No, but you can't see yourself because it is pointing at the board.
No, there are two screens and both of them are the same.
Because their camera is maybe their screen on the same screen. That's what you're saying.
It's two screens.
Their camera is zoomed on the screen.
Us and one is for them. But their camera,
But
both
you don't
cameras
want
are
to
on
see
this
yourself.
And there's must send one.
Oh, they still see.
That's our camera.
We are not controlling. Is the one that point on the board?
I understand what you're saying. But you should, it doesn't really
Something we have
matter.
to say to them.
No, it doesn't matter. I just wanted to be sure that they could see what they have to see. WJC, are you there? Still waiting to join the others, guys. Or for the others to join us.
I'm gonna get Oh,
Yeah,
it's like
this
shaking
is
tablet.
like this.
I'm serious. I could not handle it. I think it's getting stressed.
Over this?
Yes, because breathing is uncanny. You know?
Oh, they don't play me.
Yeah, that's the, once I go to food, yeah, that, once we get it back, it'll be great. So then, the teach, it can be safety, school, hot, too.
That's not good thing.
Someone is calling. Everybody seems to be here now. Okay. It doesn't. Okay, St. Lucia, WJC, Bermuda. Okay.
We're back.
We're back, okay. Alright, we're gonna spend the rest of the afternoon looking at.
Excuse me, Dr. Rainford. Could you ask them to ensure that they call the bridge so that it can be recorded?
All of them, right? We're being asked to, I'm being asked to ask you to ensure that you call bridge so that they lesson can be recorded, but I think this morning, Bermuda, you had come off the bridge because I think that was creating a problem for you. Am I not right? So St. Lucia and WJC, have you called the bridge?
So this is the 3 before stuff. This is breaking down in grade 7, grade 8.
Pardon not.
Um,
WJC, can you hear me? Apparently not. So what is it? They're doing nothing. Western Jamaica? And some ways I'm not looking up at it. Understand there.
So the place on the article
WJC, St. Lucia. Hello.
Yeah.
He's awake. We're asking you to call the bridge. Did you do that?
Okay.
WJC.
Yeah, but they're asking why it's 2 months.
Why don't they listen? Don't they look?
See, Matt. He just hello? Yes. Yeah, I think it's all about like a sense of foundation because I feel like I have a poor foundation for university now. So I had a poor foundation. I had fun and nice activity. They were fun, song about the word, and I'm not together salvation for me, and I'm not job and teacher. That is in this salvation. Under my job, memorize, but they don't even correct. Well, that she was saying, she said, you feel 100%, and that's wrong. That's wrong. Basically, this is what Amy Sarah gave her. Amy somewhere. She said he gets really, it's now, what is it? 68%. But he doesn't see what this is going to do, the teacher, because the SAS teacher is a middle school teacher. So it's just, will be someone who can be held. It's just sending him back to what he. So she's identifying with his weaknesses. I think it's because when he started to take French, and they taught him to find, and he writes, he say, hey, in English. So now, when I say, okay, how did you read his book? He says, I did. But in his mind, he says, but I don't know. Because I'm trying to what he's got. And I don't know what it comes from. I don't know. It's because it's in his French class, it's making him confused by English. Yeah. Exactly. Because he wasn't to English, but not to teacher, because he reached his teacher. She's teaching him in his Spanish. So he was getting, with this English, that's why she
Yeah. I'll show you a company there, but I don't need it.
But that's what I was going to say. I was going to scan it on the color, and then everyone can have a copy of it. Okay, back.
Yeah, that's important.
That was gonna.
Oh, you did? You want the other one too?
I think we're gonna have the other one. Two ninety five, 7 solutions. This one is.
Yeah. I would say scan that one, but this one is honest with honesty.
What's it doing?
Vegetarian.
Good. Everything's not got the meeting.
Just kind of problem. Wrap up the bun.
I like greens, but I don't know if you guys.
Oh, well, I like to.
No, it is there yet.
Are you one?
That's what he goes into. That's his second job.
That's what I say. It's rubbish. Oh, that's somebody else.
Yeah, you know, I just yesterday. I already pulled back. I did pull back. You know that. Yeah, I did. I was looking at this TV yesterday, and this is man, 20 something, some is 20. 21. 20. And he now has and he come online and says something. And like you said, fusion doesn't actually have to do with the assistant. The God can only adjust a lot. Like, they have DNA tests anyway, but you know, it's like to see how much they do. Like, other than that, they say, I mean, they adjust it. Yeah, they just didn't have people.
Why should that?
Why do you give me, they tell them. I didn't see the beginning part, I just said what she didn't say. And they didn't.
That's happened with it.
They didn't really tell them much, so like, it's basically, they were like, if you can go and say, see what she says. But it's a feeling to have a son. It's honestly, I feel rich than, I would say, I was like, oh.
I'm waiting. I'm just sitting here waiting.
I'm here, miss.
Daryl, Magic?
Yes.
I've been calling. Where are you?
I don't know, the screen just went blank. And I was wondering how it was taking so long, so I started pressing buttons.
Oh, it's not back yet. Alvinus, are you there? Alvinus, are you there?
Yes,
Oh, really?
you're sounding kind of low.
I'm low? Maybe
Yeah.
because I'm so far from the thingamajig. I'll be there in a minute. I'm just trying to do something. Can you see? The screens are blank.
I'm only seeing myself.
Yes, you can see.
Can you move the camera? Good.
Orandas, I now can't see you. I can hear you though.
Oh, we can see you.
You can see me? Well, that's great.
Yeah.
WJC, can you see me?
Well, we're seeing Bermuda now. We were seeing you before. I'm seeing Bermuda. I can see you now.
Just remember, people can see me. I just need to see the screen and to hear each other. That's all I need.
Oh.
You can hear each other? That's fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, fine. All right, let's go. Now, this afternoon, we're going to spend most of the time looking at how to develop good items. Okay? And this PowerPoint I'm going to go through, I will not look at every slide, but there are some areas I'm going to zoom in on. I do expect though that you would look at it. I'm going to spend a longer time on the third PowerPoint presentation, which I'm going to do shortly after this. So I just want to make some points to drill down a bit on what I had said this morning about some aspects of sound assessment. And we had sort of ended here. And I want to talk a bit about what Stiggins means when he speaks about purpose. He makes a very important point. He makes the point that different users use assessment information for different things. So students will use it for the purpose of saying, okay, now, what do I need to do to improve? Parents may, as I've said, make a decision about how they want to invest in their children. And he makes the point that one size does not fit all. So you can't use one kind of assessment to make decisions about all the factors that you need to address. So that's the first thing I want to say, that, and I want you to get this. This is a very important principle in assessment. The principle is you need to be clear about why it is you're doing what you're doing, because each decision that you make using assessment information is going to be related to how you collect that information and the purpose that you had intended to when you made the assessment in the first place. So you can't just take any assessment activity, give it to any set of students, and make all sorts of decisions. That's the first thing I want to say. So one size doesn't fit all. The second thing I want to say, and I said this morning, that assessment must motivate children to learn. Okay? And we have a problem with approaches to instruction that doesn't do that. I spoke about the motivation this morning, and I'll just reiterate that Stiggins argues that no single decision or combination of decisions made by any other party exerts greater influence on students' success than their record of past successes as reflected in past assessment experiences. What is really saying is that depending on how students do on assessment activities, this more than anything else determines how they progress in the future. And pretty much what he says is that students who have got accustomed to performing poorly are usually demotivated, and they cannot perform well. They will not. They're unlikely to perform well unless you do something in that equation that causes them to become motivated. Hold on to that, because that's an important principle. It should guide your process. What can teachers do, therefore? It's simple. Keep students from losing confidence to begin with. So if the students are not ready to do matrices, don't give them matrices to frighten them into learning mathematics and seeing how hard it is. Don't use assessment as a punitive means for behavior management. Don't demotivate your students. And for those who have lost faith in self, rekindle confidence. And you may do that by giving them things that they can manage and gradually move them up. Okay? So I know that you're teaching a syllabus. I know you have to finish and pass an examination. But you have to bear in mind what the research says. I'm spending some time on it because it is important that you understand that you cannot flog a dead horse.
Yeah, you can, but it's not the move.
when you can't, it makes no sense.
Exactly.
Okay? Now, in terms of the targets, I want to zero in on this point. It's true. We spoke about being specific this morning, but thirdly, you must focus on the important aspects. There are some things that are fundamental to your discipline that students must get, and you must spend time on those aspects when you're assessing. And it must relate to the amount of time you spend on those aspects when you're teaching. Assessment, therefore, must fit into the big picture. You need to see where you're going, where the students are going. And you need to be able to make professional selections, make professional judgments about what is important. All right? And that's why I'm asking you to think about your discipline and see what is important. Okay? Now, on with the targets. I spoke about this morning, and I want to just reiterate this point, because there are two terms that I'm going to describe presently: validity and reliability. When we think of validity and reliability, there are two important concepts that we must get, we must understand, so as to be able to carry out sound assessment. Firstly, validity. It relates to the degree to which the evidence that you get supports what it is that you say you are getting from it. Another way people say is, the validity speaks to the extent to which what you say you have measured is really what you have measured. So if I say that this test is testing my knowledge of phonics, and I give students a spelling test in which there are spelling words related to phonics. So they spell phonics and they spell many other words related to phonics. It doesn't mean that I have done a test from which I can draw the conclusion that they understand phonics. If I ask them to do a test that asks them to describe how to do something, it doesn't mean that they know how to do it. They can do it. So if my purpose is to get students to use their 2 times tables to carry out calculations, and all I ask them to do is to repeat the timetable, I don't know if they can use their timetable. So the validity has to do with the extent to which that inference. So I have given them this test, or I've done these assessments, and I say, yes, my students are now able to move on from binary to do whatever else. I make that judgment based on the instrument, the assessment that I have carried out. And I therefore have said that I am sure they have mastered these concepts. Okay? Now, the extent to which I make that inference is described as the validity. So I say I'm making a valid inference. This inference, this decision, what I've taken away, this inference, it is an inference, is a valid inference because what I say I have set out to do, I have done. And I can only do that with certainty if I have carried out my assessment in a way that is considered sound. And soundness is wrapped up in my purpose, my target, my sampling. It's wrapped up in all of that. Okay? So that is validity. And we speak of different types of validity, but for now, we're going to concentrate on what we call content validity. That means the content that you have used and you have targeted and you have assessed, and the inference about this, the knowledge of this content can be drawn from what you have given the students. Many times students do poorly in tests because it lacks content validity. What we think we're measuring is not what we're measuring. And that's why it is so important for us to be so clear about what it is that we're targeting. I'm spending some time on it because it's fundamental to what we're going to do next. All right? The other important, it's on the slide. So the definition says the representativeness of our sampling, the extent to which a test adequately covers the syllabus to be tested. That's content validity. No. The other important term that's linked to assessment, or one other, it's not the other. One other important term that I want you to grasp coming now before we go further is this notion of reliability. And reliability has to do with dependability. It has to do, it's locked up, it's tied up to the business of the extent to which this thing, these results, these are dependable. I can trust them. They're consistent results. It speaks to consistency. And this has not so much to do with the instrument itself, but it has to do with the procedures that we use, we undertake for all purposes in the classroom. We're talking about procedures. And when we speak about procedures, we talk about things like when we give the instrument, when we mark the test. If we have a group of students and we're marking the students, we should mark them under the conditions that are sort of common. So then, I don't mark some students' work just before I go to bed at night when I'm half asleep and not alert, and I mark the rest of them the following morning when I'm alert and wide awake. Chances are I may not be consistent in how I mark. Okay? Yeah. Chances are, if I don't use a common rubric, instead of rubric, if I don't have a mark scheme that I use and apply it consistently, then it's not going to be reliable. So for the purposes of the classroom, for our purposes here, Marcia, I'm saying there's much more to this. We can't go into all of this for this course. But for our purposes here, I want you to think of reliability in terms of consistency. In terms of, I am marking these 50 scripts. And for question 1, if I were to take sample question 1 at different points, I can say that I have used my mark scheme consistently. And I'm not just going to mark this one's work because, okay, this boy never makes sense. So I don't even have to read what he has to say. I know he's not making any sense. So let me just don't bother to even read it. He deserves a 0. Or the handwriting, I can't read what this child has written. I can't see it. Okay? I don't know what the child has written. So we don't stop to read what the child has written because we can't see it. So approaches like those would lead to very low reliability. So you have not consistently applied the same procedures when correcting the students' work. You have a group of grade 7s and they're all doing the same test. Yet some students who have their examination just after lunch are going to be at a disadvantage because just after lunch, usually the lunch bell rings and it takes 10 minutes out of the next session for them to settle. But the group that has the examination first thing in the morning, they come in and they're ready. Those are practices that could affect reliability. Okay? So these are the issues as classroom teachers we have got to think about when we're talking about giving tests. Now, having said all of that, I've laid some foundation, albeit you have gone very quickly. There's a PowerPoint that you're going to go through to get those, and I'm going to move on to the next PowerPoint where I'll spend a little bit more time. So what I want to do now is spend some time now on mechanics and look at some specific principles that we need to address. So what we have done so far is we have laid some foundation. We have talked about the fact that there are different terms linked to assessment that we need to understand. But we're zeroing in on the assessment most utilized by the classroom teacher, that which supports learning. We have said that regardless of the type of assessment or the purpose of assessment, there are some fundamental principles that we need to adhere to. We must make sure that we are clear about our purpose. We must understand our targets. We must avoid bias. We must use and be clear and be sure about our methods. Okay? And it is the methods that I'm going to talk about right now. The methods having to do with different types of assessment activities. And in the interest of just ensuring that we just target one area, I'm only going to look at one type. Those that we call pencil and paper or pen and paper. The ones that we're most familiar with and we use most often. Okay? And we're going to talk about now what it is that we need to do when we are developing those types of items to ensure that they are well developed. We have made some general points about the fact that it is important for us as we contemplate conducting assessment that we are very clear why we're doing it and how we're going to do it. Because one size does not fit all. And we choose pencil and paper items in the same way. Some types are more suitable for doing some kinds of assessment than others, for assessing some targets more than others. For example, Dario.
Yes, miss?
Tell me why you would use an essay over a multiple choice test.
If I were looking for how children were applying, say for example, their writing skills, I would prefer to use an essay type question versus a multiple choice. In that particular
I'm listening, we're hearing.
Assessment, I could look at their sentence structure. I could look at all the things that I would have taught them relating to writing and so on.
Regina? What? Regina? Regina, are you hearing me?
Yes, same question?
No. Not the question. Okay. The question is this. What do you gain? How do you balance? What do you gain versus what do you lose when you use a multiple choice test over an essay test? What do you gain?
What do you gain?
Yes, what do you gain? What are the advantages of using a multiple choice test over an essay test?
When you use a multiple choice test, you are kind of certain that students you're kind of certain that they know certain things because they have to be very specific in a multiple choice test. It's either it's right or it's wrong. It's not like an essay where they maybe can write something and you infer and say that, okay, this is what they're saying. But the fact that they have to be specific lets you know that they know certain things.
Okay, that's a fair answer. Can you think of anything else that one may gain or one other advantage of using an essay, a multiple choice test to assess a particular topic versus an essay?
I think it's time.
Time?
In terms of you can get a very quick assessment, like at the end of the class you can use it and then you'll know exactly if they got it or not.
Yes.
So your results come back very quicker. I mean, like you don't have to worry
for the multiple choice test.
Yes.
Okay, that's one plus.
Sorry. I'm thinking about the different responses. The different responses of the students can show. It can help you to assess them. Some sort of feedback. I'm thinking with the varying responses that you may get.
Meaning in terms of the essay.
I'm thinking. No, that's not what I was thinking actually. I was thinking in terms of the multiple choice when everybody might have a different answer.
Yes.
So it could give some insight into what the different students are thinking.
Okay,
have they learned some type of diagnostic feedback? I'm thinking. Not sure.
Based on the options that you have. We're going to talk about those in a little while. Okay. Anybody else has another? Yeah.
I think it. Maybe you could like for a written test, just think about a written test, but just one test your good user, which I say make up 10 different
the questions answer
they can take a whole variety
the cognitive things.
Yeah, broader.
Different type of questions.
As opposed to
maybe you just you check for doing a specific part.
You could
the point you're making, Joma, is well taken. What Joma is really saying is that with the multiple choice test, it generally affords you a wider range in terms of coverage of a particular topic, whereas for the essay, you tend to be more narrow in focus and address a particular one narrow aspect. So if you're talking about using a multiple choice test, you're going to bear in mind that you're going to sacrifice sometimes depth for breadth. And the essay is the reverse. You have depth but not breadth. All right? So you have to also bear those in mind. So, and I'm making that point because I want to make the point and to reiterate that and to make you understand it and to repeat it so you don't miss it, that different choices, you make different choices depending on your purpose. All right? Depending on your purpose. So we're going to now look at the sorts of things that you can use. So let's look a bit at targets, just to remind ourselves about targets. And we spoke about cognitive, we spoke about affective, we may have mentioned psychomotor. Now you may not have psychomotor targets as much in language arts, but I know you will have them in IT, and I know you have them in maths, and I know I certainly have them in science. Okay? So in IT, there are some targets that you want students to be able to make that are psychomotor. For example, Alvinus, what? Give me an example of a psychomotor target.
manipulation of the keyboard.
Yes, that's a psychomotor target. Manipulating the keyboard, the mouse, okay? Knowing how to insert a CD or a jump drive or one of those things. Those are all psychomotor targets, okay? And for maths, yes?
Constructing.
Your instruments, look at all of your instruments.
Constructing.
Yes.
Geometry set.
Yes, your instruments.
Using calculator.
Very much. Okay. Have I missed any in language, Dario, Regina? Hello? Do we have any? I may just not know, and I'm making up a story.
We don't?
No. I'm asking you.
Regina saying no.
I can't think of any, but then I don't know. But you know what?
Regina saying no, I don't know.
I can't think of any. I can't think of any. Alright? But we have effective, we have cognitive targets, and we're clear about those. Alright? Now, bearing that in mind, we have gone through Bloom's, and I'm clear that you know, by now you should have an idea. I'm going to come back to an activity that we have not yet discussed, because every time I get to it, we end up, but we're going to do it right in today's class, because it ties in again with today's class. Okay. Now, this is a definition of what Stevens has said about different targets, and I had also given you this information before, and it's also in this PowerPoint, the various aspects of Bloom's taxonomy. And one reason why I'm stopping here is because I had asked you when we looked at a case, and I had asked you to analyze the case and to identify the questions that were there, and you were supposed to classify. One activity was for you to classify the questions using Bloom's. Now, do you remember that? Do you remember the case?
Yeah.
Orantos? Is that you?
I think you, the first one I think was making a haystack or something like that. I think that was one case that beat that Bermuda head.
Yes, I know it's you, Orantos. You remember I'm not asking you to, you're trying to ask me which case it is. It was
No,
the case.
I knew.
It was Nancy's lesson.
Oh. But didn't you give us the,
No, I think I not.
Oh, yes, no.
No, it wasn't Nancy. It wasn't Nancy. It was the individual cases that you have. Right. You all have different cases.
Right, individual cases on that. I think one was a haystack, and I can't remember the other two.
All right, fine. But I asked you to identify some questions. To go through the questions. And you're to tell me if they're, and to classify them according to Bloom's taxonomy.
Yes.
Yes. So if you could just remind me now, if you just identify, pull some at random, and see if you could tell me which questions relate to which level in Bloom.
I actually.
Do you have that nearby?
Yes, I actually put it down. I don't know if it's correct. The first one I think I got knowledge level.
Yes.
Angle. One question, put one of the questions be more than one about Bloom's taxonomy, or
yes. I want the question from the case that you have classified.
How many angles can? Oh, hold up. Yes. Case. I think it was in chapter 9 or 8. I'm not sure.
Others here, please prepare. So you have a knowledge level 1? Oranthus?
I have to, that's what we have to write our N, right?
Go ahead.
I wrote my N and said, how many angles can you make from a cube?
Okay, now what level is that?
Knowledge level.
Do you agree? Do you agree, Crystal? How many angles?
Crystal's going out.
How many angles?
She had a, yeah.
She's coming back.
She's coming back. She just stepped out.
Okay. The question was, how many angles can you make from a cube? Is that the question, Oranthus?
Yes, ma'am.
How many angles? Angles?
4.
What was the question? Just read it.
How many angles can you make from a cube?
That came from the case.
In that case?
Oranthus, the idea was for you to go back. Wait, this is your question. Is that it?
Yes, that's my question. Because I remember you said that we have to.
How
do
many
our own
angles
question.
can you make from a cube?
That wasn't the question, but they had, one knowledge question was, what do you think you'll need?
What does what?
One of the questions was, what do you think we'll need?
What do you think you will need?
Yes.
Yes.
Is that knowledge?
That was.
Do you think that's knowledge?
No.
it's
I
not.
put that as one. I put another one as, think about what haystacks look like.
Think about what
Haystacks
look like.
Yes.
But that's not really a question, is it?
Then they said, well, next question said, what else? So she was asking, she made a statement that she asked a question.
Yes, tell me the question.
So she wrote, think about what haystacks look like. What else can we use? Because it was.
Okay, but I think it's beyond knowledge though. I think it's more comprehension than knowledge, is my point. Because it requires comprehension requires an understanding and not just memorization. Students make use of information without necessarily seeing its relationship to other information. Students have to understand where they're going. So knowledge really is just recalling factual information. But I think those questions that you have just identified were more at comprehension, a little higher than knowledge.
Okay.
So how about, so she this was her statement before, what do you think we'll need? She said, this afternoon we're going to make haystacks. What do you think we'll need?
Rosina, I'm not hearing you. Can you speak a little louder, please?
She said, this afternoon we're going to make haystacks. What do you think we'll need? Is that a knowledge question?
It really is more than knowledge. It really is comprehension. When she says, what do you think we will need? Actually saying, what's that, Oranthus?
Sorry, I actually put 3. I put knowledge, comprehension, and then analysis level.
Yes, but you really shouldn't put 3. You only put 1 because the others are subsumed, the low ones in the higher ones. So once you have analysis, you expect that you would have had to utilize knowledge and comprehension. Okay? And so when you ask, what will you need for the haystack? You begin to, you at least expect that students know what that is. And so they begin to think now, because I understand what this is, because I know what this is, I will now know what I need. Now, if it is that they have already made these things before, then it becomes knowledge. But if they have not done this before, but it's just going on their understanding of what this thing is, then it's comprehension. And the point I'm making here is that sometimes we may ask a question and we think it is at one level, when in fact, when we taught the students the concepts, we told them this information. We said, these are the 5 principles of, or this is how you make up. And then you ask them in the examination, how do you make? And then they tell you what you have told them. And you think, because you have asked them, how do you make? It suggests that it's even at the level of synthesis. But you have told them how to make it in class, in their notes. So it's really recall. So much of what you need to remember and understand now, as we move into the actual how to write the items, is that the item in and of itself is within a context of when you teach. And what you write, what you put on that test, may or may not be at the level you think it is, just by virtue of the wording. You also have to remember how you taught and what sort of support you gave the students. So if you have shown them how to discharge a leaf to test for photosynthesis, and you gave them the entire process, and then you put this back on the examination, that's knowledge. Okay? So we have to learn as we test to sort of use materials use information in a way that the context is slightly different from how we teach, so as to really tap into higher order skills. All right? So we need to really get that, because that's one of the reasons why students don't do well, primarily because they have missed. All right, I'm gonna come back to this because you're gonna have to read at one point anyway. So let's go to where I really want to go. I'm going to leave you to read the rest of the slides and go on to just look at some of the general principles before I go into the specifics of how to do the various types of items. You can read these and you know these. Avoid opaque directions regarding how to respond to items, meaning tell students what you want them to do. Don't ask them to do giving them vague instructions as to what they want to do. Don't use ambiguous statements. If you want them to write, say write. List, list. State, state. Draw, draw. Okay? Do not use any unintended clues like or an, usually an, when you are expecting that the response is going to start with a vowel, for example. So Jamaica is an, and you have country, town, place, and island. And you know immediately it can't be an country, and place, and town. So it must be an island, even if you didn't know it was an island. Those are unintended clues. Okay? Make sure the syntax is simple, that means it's structured and easy to follow. Do not use advanced vocabulary. That is, don't go beyond the student's level. What you want to do is to find out what the students know and not what they don't know. Okay, now a bit about, we're going to look at 4 types of items. True, false, multiple choice, structured items, and essay items. And I had sent to a resource prepared by the Carbon Examinations Council that you would have read by now, and you will see that that resource deals with how to structure your items and how to represent them in terms of the stem and the options. We'll come back to that. Now, you may say that you don't do true-false items, and perhaps you don't, but you can. And I'm going to show you a type that is one that is good for eliminating guessing. It's called the correction item. I'll soon show it to you. Avoid the tricky negatives. So you're not going talking about knots and what is not intended for, because we don't think like that. The moment you begin to ask me what it is not, I get confused. Okay? Especially for the younger children, they don't think like that. But if you must do it, then make sure that the knot is in bold caps so they can see it. Items should be about the same length, and they should be completely true or completely false. So you shouldn't say something like, Marcia is a girl and she lives in St. Lucia. So those are two statements. And if it is Miss Marcia, one part is true and the other part is false. So sometimes we ask questions and have two parts to it. One part is true, one part is false. Now, what does it become? True or false? Okay? You will tell me that it's false, but that is confusing. Alright? Words such as always, never, none, and every give away the answers. Because nothing is usually always, never, none, or every. Usually, life has a balance. So usually, those words give away the answers. Words like generally, usually, often, and sometimes are usually associated with true items, because that's also true. It's usually generally, or usually, or sometimes, or mostly. Okay? So those words, tend to avoid them in your multiple choice items. And items should be based on a single idea. Now let's go. Let's make sure you know the structure. Alright. This is an example of a true-false item. It says, if you mix blue and yellow paint, you get purple. Notice how this item is structured. This item has some words underlined. It's called the correction tag. Now, I've underlined purple and I've underlined F. F is the correct answer. The correct answer for mixing blue and yellow paint would be green. So now, what you want students to do is this. You have in your item says, if you mix blue and yellow paint, you get purple. You underline purple. And the instruction says that if the student gets if the response is false, they must write the correct answer. This is a correction type item. So instead of just saying, if you mix blue and yellow paint, you get purple, and the students say that's false. But you don't know if they know what you will get if they mix blue and yellow paint. So this kind of item is the type of true-false item that is recommended for use, because it allows you to get more from what the students are actually doing. So you would write your item and you would underline the section of the item that you want them to address. So if you mix blue and yellow paint, you get purple. The answer is false. What's this one? Correction type. So Jamaica is part of the Lesser Antilles. False. It's a part of the Greater Antilles. Okay? Now, if we had not underlined Lesser Antilles, suppose we had underlined Lesser Antilles in that question, and the response is false. Well, what might be some of the other responses that you might get? Jamaica is a part of the Lesser Antilles. That's false. Suppose I had not underlined Lesser Antilles. What might students respond?
They could have thought of other countries instead of Jamaica.
Had other countries' name instead of Jamaica. So in order to ensure that you target the outcome that what you're interested in, so instead of Jamaica, they may say what? What else could make it false? Cuba? Okay. What else could make it false? Come on, Caribbean people. Haiti? All right. You've got the picture. Okay? So if we don't underline the section that we're targeting, we are not going to get the students to respond in the way we want them to respond. All right? So we can use this type of item and we can end up with something which is far more useful than a regular true-false item the way we normally write it. Okay? So this is the example that we can work with. All right. Can you write one for me, please? Write a true-false item in math.
Where the answer is false?
Yeah, where the answer is false, that has that targets that can be used like that. Do one from your subject area.
Math?
Algebra.
Ah.
Algebra.
Yeah.
You said it's algebra.
But she says in
Write it in
true or false. Yeah, I'm thinking now.
Does X,
Because that's the aspect of the question that we are targeting. We want to know if Jamaica is a part of this Antilles.
True, false.
No, it's not. It's a part of the Great Antilles. If we underline Jamaica, suppose we underline Jamaica, and we say Jamaica is part of this Antilles, and that's false. It could be for you to know which one is. If you underline Jamaica, it would still be false, but then you could also have, instead of writing Jamaica now, you write an island that's a part of this Antilles. You see? So depending on what it is that you're writing, what you're asking, you'll get another response.
That has to be underlined. That's false.
Then I say what is X? In false, what is X?
Yeah. Yeah, and then for yeah, that's it.
All right, we have one.
Yep.
Okay. Rosina, you have it? Go ahead.
A simple one is algebra. Does X
Yes.
plus
A little louder, Rosina. Can't hear you.
Does X plus 2 equal 4 if X is 1?
Does X plus 2 equal 4 if X is 1? X plus 2 equals 4 if X is 1?
Equal to 1, yeah.
Alright, and what do you underline here?
F.
X?
F. Oh, sorry. Equal to 1. Equal to 1. Equal to 1.
The X equal 1.
It's X.
I'm not getting the question.
Question is does X plus 2
equal 4?
Does in the product. DOES.
Yeah, she said she understands that. She's saying she's not getting the question.
That is the question.
So it has to be a statement. May I have a thingamajig?
So it has to be a statement, not a question?
It's okay. I don't need. Your statement is that
Does
you're writing a statement. So you're
Right.
writing X
No,
plus
does.
2.
No,
it can't be does.
it can be done. Okay.
No, it can't be. You can't ask a question. That's what you're saying?
It's true false. So it's true false. Okay?
Yeah, but that's still.
It's a statement.
True, false. Okay, I see what you're saying.
So you say X plus 2 equals
4.
Then X equal 1.
If
Can't say that, it's not a statement.
X is equal to 1.
No, that,
oh, that is a statement. If X equals to 1,
that's still not asking. You still-
then yeah, okay, yeah, I understand. That's a statement.
That's not correct. Oh, you just have to say a statement.
Yeah, a statement. It has to be a statement.
A draw?
For true or
X
false.
is equal to 1, then X plus 2 is equal to 4. Is that true or is it false? Okay?
Can you explain to me why it has to be a statement as opposed to a question?
I'm sorry, Rosina, I'm not hearing you.
Can you explain to me why it has to be a statement as opposed to a question?
Then it says, the student is saying that the statement that is written is a true statement or a false statement. So if you say, does X plus 2 equal 4 if X is equal to 1? You can't respond true or false. In that format, the correct response would not be true or false. It would be yes or no.
Oh, I see. Okay, that's what
Okay? So you have to make a statement, and then you make a determination. This is a true statement or it is a false statement. So you say if X is equal to 1, then X plus 2 equals 4. Alright? So now which aspect of this would you want to underline?
X plus 2 equal 4.
X plus 2?
Equal 4.
Can't be all of that. Must be that. Alright, now is this false or is it true?
False.
It's false. So what would so the person would write F?
X equals 2.
It will be F. And then below it they would say X is equal to what?
X plus
2
equal 3.
No, X plus no. It will be X plus something.
X plus 2 equal 3.
X plus
Okay.
3 equals 4.
Oh.
So it will be X plus 3. Everybody got that?
Yeah.
What?
Alright. You got that?
Yeah.
Okay,
So
yeah.
you take what the false.
So it's no longer, it's not, this is false. And this part is what we're targeting now, X plus 2.
Gotcha.
So it's not X plus 2, it's X plus 3. And
Three,
if we had underlined 4
Then it would
instead
be,
of X plus 2,
then it would be answer be 2.
and the answer would be what?
X equals 2.
So it will be
Would be what?
2.
That's 3.
2 plus 2.
would be just
2
Two.
plus 2.
3 years.
2 and 1 is 3.
Yes.
2 plus 2.
Rosina, are you awake? X is equal to 1.
Oh, but
And the-
always say this after 61. Okay, never mind. I'm
Yes.
confused.
Then
Yes, yes,
X, no, the question is, if X is equal to 1, then X plus 2 equals 4 is false. It's not equal to
Yep.
4, it's equal instead to 3. That's what they would
Okay.
write.
Yeah. I got you.
You see that? No,
Yeah.
you realize that, yeah. And you're right. And we could go further. We could underline the 1.
That 1, and then that would be.
We underline the 1. Then what we would then say, remove this. If X equals 1, then 1 plus 2 is equal to 4. That's still false.
Yep.
And then what you would then say is X is equal to?
2.
So you see how many responses you get, how many possibilities you can get from just how you vary it. Alright? And you see it's far more powerful than just true or false.
I agree, it's powerful. Just wondering which level.
Every level. Any level. It can be used at any level. Okay? But the important thing is that your students must be familiar with this format. They would have to understand what they're required to do. So you'd have to practice this format. Okay? And it applies to, it doesn't apply to the true statement. So you still underline it. But if it's true, it's true. Are you with me?
Yes.
It's true. So you still underline the section that you want them to address. If it's true, they can't correct. There's nothing to correct. But if it is false, they correct. Alvinus, you're okay?
Yeah.
Dario, you're okay? Regina, Dario, you're okay?
Yes, miss.
Okay, fine. Yours is next now. English, you're next. English and IT, you're next. We're going to do now the multiple choice. You're familiar with this, but I will speak to it very, the slide that precedes it that speaks to some more things about it. But I want you to look at the sections. There are 4 key components. There's a stem. The first part is called the stem. It must be clear, it must be concise, and it must be stimulating. Then there are some options, usually 4 of them. We have sort of moved away from the 5 option response. With A, B, C, D, E, we now usually use just 4. Okay? So we have these options. Now there are some things that you must pay attention to here. It must be written in a way that you conserve on words and on, space, but not in a way that is going to cause students to not understand what's happening. The language must be just about the same, meaning you should not give away, you shouldn't have any clues as to what it is that you're referring to. And it should not be too much, too wordy. And then those options, there's one key. The key is your correct response or your answer. And the distractors are supposed to be plausible, but they are incorrect. So they should not be far-fetched, but they should be plausible for the most part, but they are incorrect. And clearly so. Okay? So, IT, English, I need a multiple choice IT. Language.
We have to do language. Oh,
Language IT. Language and IT.
You want my question now?
You have it?
Yeah.
Let me just put it down so everybody can see it.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Alvinus.
Okay, the question is, what does CPU stand for?
Does
The response is CPU stand for.
Yeah. I'm going to remove this underline as well. And then you have A.
The response is
Yes.
A. Central Programming Unit. You have that?
Yeah.
B. Control Programming Utility. C. Central Processing Unit. D. Computer Processing Utility.
Okay. What does CPU stand for? Central Programming Unit. Where? Okay, Central Programming Unit, Control Programming Utility, Central Processing Unit, Computer Processing Utility. Okay, now what's your key, Alvinus?
C.
Are the distractors plausible? Kezia says, Alvinus, that when in doubt, choose C. You may want to think about that. You may want to think about that, okay?
Okay.
Because students may actually think like this. All right, but are the distractors plausible? In other words, do you have Central Programming Unit, Control Programming Utility, and Computer Processing Utility? Are those words? Are all of those words, programming, central, control, and utility, words that you would usually have in IT?
Yes.
Very good. So it is very easy for students perhaps to make those sort of combinations of terms even when they are not legitimate. Okay? So fine. Now you notice when I was doing this, I did something else. I used a standard, I used common letters. I put a full stop period right there. And I have chosen to use this format. I could use caps, but I've used this. And you notice I did not put, but I changed it. That my first letter is a common letter, write down. It's a common letter because this is not a sentence. Okay? Now, this is a complete question. What does CPU stand for? Question sign. All right? if I had a sentence, then each of these responses would have to be a sentence, and I would have to start it with a capital letter and end with a full stop. All right? Now, all of this, what I just said, is in that document that I have sent you to from CXC. So when you're writing up your responses for your summative test that you're going to write for your lesson, then you need to make sure that you line up your format with the format that I have asked you to use. Okay? The stem. Rosina, what's the stem for this question?
I can't remember. Can you go back to that screen?
For the screen. Can they see the screen?
Stem, what is stem? What was the F? Stem? The bottom. Okay, CPU.
Is that better?
Yes. CPU.
What's the stem for this question?
CPU.
Do you agree, Regina?
Yes, miss, I do. What does CPU stand for? CPU. Yeah. The stem tells the answer, right?
What is the stem? Tell me the stem. Say it. That's the question. What's the stem?
Was that on the diagram sheet?
And I'm asking if you're
very used to the answer. What does I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know? Eh?
That question is tricky, you know.
Nothing tricky about the question. Nothing tricky about the
Clear,
question.
concise.
What is the stem?
Clear, concise, stimulating.
Stimulating. Oh.
Ain't nothing stimulating.
It's not very concise.
It's the stem. That's what I'm asking.
No. What does? It's asking a question. As in that part out there, so like seriously.
Regina.
Yes, please.
Which part of this question is the stem? Read it for me.
What does CPU stand for?
No, you can't read what you don't know. I'm thinking, I'm not sure. CPU stands for clear, concise, whatever.
It must be clear, concise. You know CPU.
No, that sounds like the key.
Boy.
Regina.
Miss, can I see that diagram again? The one before, the thing you had up before this?
Okay, all right, I can do that.
That's what people see.
We guys can.
Sorry.
Can we see it too?
Yes, I'm going back. I just said that there is a stem and there are 4 options, 3 of which are the distractors and 1 is the key. And so I asked Albinos, which one is your key? And he told me C. And I was going back. So I said, what's the stem?
Oh, the stem. Then on the question up there, so what does CPU stand for?
That's the stem.
Exactly. Well, that was a trick question, Miss.
No,
That's
it's not.
It's
not.
The entire question is the stem, no?
No. The stem STEM is, what does CPU stand for? All of this is the question. The question has a stem, it has a key, and it has distractors.
Three distractors.
A, B, and D are the distractors.
Distractors, and C is the key.
And
Okay.
C is the key.
Yeah, right.
Okay?
Yes.
Everybody clear? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, English. Tell me your question now.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Start with the stem.
Which figure of speech makes comparisons using like or as? Did you get that? Which figure of speech makes comparisons using like or as?
So what is that?
The options: A, metaphor; B, personification; C, simile; and D, alliteration. Jaden, you're disturbing the class. Oh boy. That's it.
Come, Jaden, come.
And your key then is? What's your key? What is it?
C. C,
Window.
simile.
Window, choose C. That's what they said. So you may want to watch this as well. Okay?
What was that?
Starting. No. Let's look at the distractors. Are they reasonable?
Yeah, A being the most reasonable one.
And B is a little bit off.
Yeah, B.
This totally off.
B is off.
B is totally off. Can you find another distractor that is a little bit closer to simile than personification and metaphor, as those two are?
Not really. I thought metaphor being the other one that makes comparisons,
Yes.
or doesn't use like or as, would be the best distractor.
The best distractor. Okay, fine. And you're probably right about that. And perhaps some may even say personification. If those students who say alliteration are really way off base, and you might want to have a little word with them. Now, someone said something earlier. Yes. Someone said something earlier, and I want to just follow up quickly. I'm trying to do many things in here, but since I'm on it, I might as well just say. Where we have multiple choice tests, and you do the test, it really is advised that you do some analysis of the test, if at all you can, to do just what I have just said. Because you will begin to know whether or not your distractors are working if you are getting everybody else saying metaphor. If they either have got metaphor, they've either selected metaphor or simile, but they have not touched personification or alliteration. Maybe you have not used those two words at all. In other words, you have taught parts of speech, but you have not got to personification, nor have you got to alliteration. So you put on your test, and you only have metaphor and simile which they have covered. So they don't do things that they know, so they're going to say it's either one or the other. Those are not the answer. So you need to be sure that when you're putting your distractors down, students are familiar with them. But more so, when you're doing your analysis, you are able to see how they are working. Now, if half your class choosing this distractor metaphor as opposed to simile, you may want to go back over these two. That's using the summative test, perhaps summative for formative purposes. You go back over those because surely something is wrong. If they're still confusing the two, perhaps you need to spend some more time addressing it. So you do your analysis. You do your analysis in terms of not just the outcomes, in terms of what they have selected, but you may want to also look back at why they may have selected the inappropriate answer. Maybe it's something that you have done with your STEM. Okay? So this says which figure of speech makes comparisons. I might have said part of speech evaluation is a figure of speech. Okay, so here there's a distraction that might have caused it. Because I might have really written in there what part of speech makes comparisons using instead of figure of speech. And then you have all of these sorts of all of these elements that students write foolishness. And you wonder why it is that they are written like that. Because I have, within my STEM, chosen incorrectly used part of speech in terms of figures of speech or figure of speech. Okay? You got that, Montego? Am I making sense? English?
Yes, miss.
Okay, all right, fine. Excellent. So the item, the question that you ask, okay, has many sources, many possibilities for creating incorrect measurement. All right? So you have to not just look at what you've chosen, but also your STEM. It is your STEM in particular you have to look at. That's very, very key. All right.
So, Ms. Dr. Rainford, question, if you had taught all four of those subjects already, right? Or those four topics in the multiple choice, is it better if you, when we're talking about like an ads, do we put, since we've already taught all four, do we put subjects or always put something that is totally something we haven't taught before? So if we had taught all four, what would we do in that situation so that to see the student understands that?
But if you have taught all, if you haven't taught
you taught metaphors, personification, simile, and alteration, right?
Yes.
But you want to see if they understand what a simile is. So in your multiple choice, the key is going to be simile, but what other options would you do if you didn't want them to choose those other ones?
Meaning if you have not, I'm not getting you. Meaning you want them to?
I'm trying to word my question so that you can understand.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand.
Would you have to change the question so that they go to the multiple choice answer of simile as opposed to metaphors, personification, and alteration? If you had taught all four of them, right?
Well, correct, because you only have one key. So if you want the key to be metaphor, then that's not the question you have to ask. You can't ask that question.
No, I don't believe that.
Because the question that will give you the response metaphor would not be that question. But
no, if you had taught metaphors, personification, simile, and alteration, right?
Yes.
Just now you said because the key is okay for this one because manifold, you have just taught the manifolds and simile. So personification, alterations they would not have known about. Right? So I'm saying if you had taught all 4 of those subjects now, would you have to change that question?
You wouldn't. That's fine.
Pardon?
No, you wouldn't have to.
Okay.
The point I was making though is that if you haven't taught those 2 others and you put them on the paper, chances are students will immediately know that's not, those 2 are out.
Right.
Okay?
So is that incorrect to do that though?
Yes.
Okay.
You're making the examination easier than it ought to be. In other words, you're giving them a choice of 1 and 2 instead of 1 and 4.
Okay.
So you have simplified it. All right? Perhaps more than you had intended to.
I just thought you might have some easy questions.
All right, I'm going to give you tips for writing what we call matching items. And I know sometimes you're going to tell me in a little while that you've never seen this, but I'm telling you this is how you're supposed to do it. All right? Usually for your matching items, you have 2 groups. Each group must have something in common. It's not about anything from the kitchen cupboard and anything from the classroom cupboard for them to match. Each group must have something in common. So you have choose homogeneous premises and responses for each set. Each set must have a title. The list of premises and responses should be short. There should be some logic in terms of their sequencing and ordering. And key, one list must be longer than the other. One list is longer than the other. Why?
So you can get an extra one and odd one out.
So that what? What is it, Dario?
I was saying so as to have like an odd one out.
Yes.
So it's kind of throw off the. Well, I don't know if you should throw them off. You know, even when you have like your lists the same size, the same length, children still choose the wrong ones.
But some of those who are not so, some of those who are just really smart, but they're smart in terms of, above average intelligence, but they may not know your subject matter. You should not do a test that is not really testing intelligence if you're testing English in that sense, English language content. Okay? So your list should look something like this. So this question says, which part of your central nervous system controls which function? So you have functions and you have parts. You have 4 parts and you have several functions. And the whole idea is write the letters of your answer in the space next to the number, and these really should be properly organized. And these should be numbered and these should be lettered. Okay? My apologies with this one. I missed this one. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 or 10. 3, 6, 9. Okay? And then for each now, you're going to put the part that fits in with these. So which part of my CNS is responsible for seeing, pulls hand of hot stove, touches or feels, etc., etc. Those you match. So you find that you only have 4, you're clearly going to use one, some of them more than once. Okay? And you don't know which. This is one way to do it. Okay? But certainly you must not have a list where, or 2 lists that are the same length. Because if you do that, you're going to have guessing the last one. And you still won't know if they know it. So you need to ensure that there is something that unifies this group, and the same thing here. So these are functions, and these are parts. Okay? So that's for the matching items. Alright. Now let's look at the essay. When you're doing your essays, you ensure that the question really tests the learning outcome of interest. So you want to make sure that you really are going after what the students you're targeting. That goes with everything. Now, each item should include a clear statement of the problem and any restrictions on the answer. So you may say, in only 5 paragraphs, or using with reference to the story that you have read on A or B. So you restrict the answer in some way in your essay. And then usually now, with your essay item, you should always construct a model answer before you give students your question. So your model answer, you construct one, and it should have the content, and it should also have any important features. Your model answer helps you in determining that your question is clear. I should say also that you really need to ensure that as you develop your questions, you develop the answers. You don't wait until after the students have done the test to determine the answers for the test. You are going to find that if you do that, you have made mistakes. So you do this before or at the same time, especially if you're writing a question that is worded like this one, like the essays. Because you find that as you try to answer the question, you then ask yourself, am I answering what I have asked? Okay? So the answers for your questions should be developed at the same time as your questions. If you don't do that, you tend to make mistakes. And when you make mistakes, when the test is on, you really can't correct it easily. Students who are very bright, they may in fact be able to read around what you have said and get through. But remember, your students are not all at the same level. So some of them are going to think that you know what you're doing and you have asked them exactly what you want to ask them. And because, you see how, Regina, you were saying it's a trick question? That's how students think. That this or sir is always out to trick them. And they sometimes read things that's not there into what you have written. So that's why it's so important for it to be crystal clear. Alright? So you have your essays. These are common, but not as common in other subject areas as they are in English. Now we're going to talk a bit about the structured item, because I want you to do one before you leave. Now the structured item is a very efficient item to test recall but it is also very efficient at testing comprehension and other and interpretation. Okay? It is easy to set. I should say that. It is easier to set one than a multiple choice item. And it allows you to set to assess a wider area than a multiple choice item. It's a nice in-between item that allows you to test some breadth and some depth with a reasonable amount of, confidence in the fact that I have given them a test that is a substantial test, and this is something that I can really use to say yes, they have a good sense. Because you can set a range of items in terms of difficulty, be it knowledge, comprehension, down to the end. Okay? To provide structure and sequence to learning experiences, and it's useful on worksheets, comprehension, and interpretation exercises. And I have said about flexibility and probing. However, you do lose some value in assessing higher order cognitive skills. The one that best does that would be your essay item. Now the structure of the essay item, the structured item. There is also a stem. The stem is what you might say, that's the question. That's not the question, the question is the whole thing. The stem is usually short. It may be written. You may have slides, you may have pictures, you may have graphs, you may have whatever. I'm going to come back to your assignments in a little while. Alright, no problem. So your stem is usually short. And then the information in the stem should determine the structure and sequence of the sub-questions. You have stem and you have sub-questions. The sub-questions relate to the stem, and they are arranged usually in a sequence that allows you to see the thinking that is taking place. Now the sub-questions therefore should be in a logical sequence, but they should be independent of each other. They should not depend on each other. They should address the salient points to be answered, and I need to say as well that they should be brief. Now, these items, you actually write your response in spaces provided on the item. Okay? We won't bother with numbers. Now let's look at one of these. Now let's see. This item is multiple choice. Let's move to the other one. I want a structured item. Okay. I told you in your assignment that I want you to, and I have to apologize that I'm using only science items, but I did tell you that I teach science. I don't teach maths and I don't teach the other one called English and the other thing, IT. You do yours and tell me now pretty much, so don't worry. I'm looking for the assignment. Did I lose it somewhere? Can you find your assignment, please?
Which one?
The second part, part B, yeah. Have you found it? The big piece, the 60% one. Look at the section that has to do with the section has to do with the
lesson study?
yeah, and the questions. All right, here we go, I have it. All right, you're asked rather, it says design a summative evaluation exercise of the lesson. Now what do you take from that, based on all we have done so far? Design a summative evaluation of the lesson. It means that whatever you do here must be assessing all components of what you have developed in your lesson. Okay? And you are to do a multiple choice exercise. So this summative assessment should be a multiple choice or a structured exercise, and it should be based on 3 written or pictorial stimuli. Now, when I say a written stimulus, the stem now, here is a stem right here on this board, on your screen. The stem. I mean, science has included lots of tables. Doesn't really matter. But this is the stem of the question. And then these now become the sub-questions. So the stem says 2 compounds of element X and Y undergo the reaction recorded in this table. Study the information carefully and answer the questions that follow. So the stem now gives them information from which they are going to respond. And you have deduced whether X or Y are metals or non-metals. X is, see, I have left the space for the response. When you write yours, I expect the same. Y is, and in brackets, I put the number of marks for the sub-questions. You with me? So if it's a multiple choice, it requires the 1 mark. If it's a structured item, you have to show. Now
What's
these
the
marks,
phone?
yes, Alvinus.
I have not been able to see anything for a while. I'm still.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I can't see anybody else.
Do you have the PowerPoint? Did you download it?
I was watching the PowerPoint from my computer.
So are you at the point where I'm at the structured
Yeah, I'm
item?
hearing you referring to something. I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Okay. All right, let's get it on. Slide number 27. 26 and 27. And the PowerPoint is a pencil and paper or pen and paper items.
There's an eye, a diagram of a cell.
No, come down to slide 26 and 27. Have you found it?
There? I see a cylinder, 2 cylinders.
Come down some more. Move beyond those slides. The last 2 slides.
What am I looking for? The last 2?
The last 2 slides.
Okay, question 3?
Yes.
All right, thanks.
All right. So what I'm saying is, this slide that you're just looking at, slide 26, that is the stem for the structured item. Okay? It's considered the stem. And when I ask you for a stem that is descriptive or pictorial, written or pictorial, or some form of stimulus, this is what I'm saying. It could be just the words, or it could be a stem such as the one. This could have been this picture here, the one of the cell, could be a part of my stem. That's what I mean by pictorial. Okay? Or it could be a table, like in this one here. This is pictorial. This is a diagram, a picture. Okay? So this one is a table, the one that says question 3. So I want you to write me an item that has some stimulus in the stem that could be either a picture or you could write words. I won't get too vexed. But you find that when you have a picture or a graph or a table or some such thing, it then becomes easier for you to write a question that is beyond knowledge. Because they then have to interpret, predict, evaluate, okay? And it helps to reduce the amount of text and make it easier to frame your question. All right? So, my point really is that I wanted you to see what the structured item looks like. So that slide that you're on now, Alvinus, that says question 3, the slide after that is where I was, where I'm saying that you're required to deduce whether X and Y are metals, okay? And I have written X is, Y is, and I have put the space for them to write. A structured item is written like that. The students are required to write in the space provided. And A has two parts, A part 1, A part 2. And then part B. And you guide them as to where they should write the response. And you also have the marks linked to each response. Bermuda, are you still with me?
Yeah.
Oh, excellent. Okay? That's your structured item. Very easy to write, generally speaking. It allows you to test depth and breadth as well. Okay? So what I want you to do for this assignment is when you have done the lesson plan, I want you now to give me either 6 multiple choice items or 3 structured items. Don't let your structured items be too long. Don't do more than 3 parts. Okay? So you can either use multiple choice, or if you choose to do a combination, I won't be upset. But I just want to have a sense of your ability to correctly represent these types of items. And you remember now, we're all linking this up to our objectives, targets. We're linking it back to targets. Okay? I know this was a lot, and I have gone through very quickly, almost 100 slides. But I've gone through and left out some, and I've tried to repeat. But I want you now need to spend some time and look back at this material and sort of internalize it. And I've asked you to read these materials before, so you should have read it numerous times. All right. Everybody clear?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So then, in a nutshell, what we have been saying really is that it becomes critical even for us to focus on identifying and being clear about the targets. These cognitive targets can be knowledge, comprehension, application, analysis, evaluation, synthesis. Okay? And what we're asking you to do, what I'm asking you to do, is to ensure that you identify these carefully. Now, where do you get these targets from? These come from your specific objectives. You go back to your lesson plan, and your targets come from your objectives. And your objectives are going to come from the difficulty that you have identified from your reports. So you start with your report, you identify the recurring problems, you select one, you find the related objectives, you write a lesson, and then you write a summative test that targets the objectives that you have addressed in your lesson. And that test is a pencil and paper test that is comprised of 6 multiple choice items or 3 structured items that targets the objectives that you have set out in your lesson. Everybody clear?
Yeah.
Very good. Now, we set out on a journey. It was a very, very short journey in terms of the time that we had to do this journey. But along this journey, we really went into many, many different stops. Holy. Okay. At the end of this journey, we're going to try to capture aspects of the journey that have impacted on us as teachers, teacher reflectors, reflective practitioners. So we started off by talking about this whole notion of knowledge, the knowledge base that teachers are required to have. Talked a bit about that. We spent quite some time on that because we recognize that it is not just knowledge about the subject matter in and of itself that we have to contend with, but a whole range of knowledge that we're talking about. And we move on as we discuss the different aspects of knowledge. We talked about how it is that we organize that knowledge in planning lessons. We talked about how we organize that knowledge in evaluating and assessing the lessons. We've talked a bit about the source of that knowledge, where we're coming from. We've talked a bit about how do we present this knowledge in terms of strategies and approaches, and we have even demonstrated some of this in our teaching. All of that in 3 short weeks. There is no way that you can internalize all of that without spending some time to think about it. And so this last assignment, last piece, is to allow you to do that. To spend some time to think about what it is that you have got. What is it that you can say you have now accomplished, you have now grasped, you are now thinking about that you had not begun to think about before as a teacher. And we have asked you to do this meta-reflective report. Now, before I get to the report, I want to say that my intention was today to look back generally at some of the aspects of the teaching that you have done. Time will not allow me to do that. But I will send you individual feedback. I think I have sent off one already. I've sent to the St. Lucia group. And I will send each group a written response to what you have done. I managed to send off one during the lunch break. I'll send the others off before the end of this week. I will also send you back what I have already marked, which is I just give you feedback on what you have written, and I plan to do that soon. I have finished marking. I just need to just send the email, package them, and send them to you individually. And so, from my perspective, I would have wanted to have had one more class in my thinking about this whole activity. Perhaps I need one more class to sort of just bring everything together. But that was not to be. But I believe that you have got enough from what we have discussed to move on from here a little bit more, with a little more confidence and knowledge. Your knowledge base as teachers, I think, certainly you have begun to think about your pedagogy and your pedagogical content knowledge in a way that will allow you to be more progressive as a teacher. All right? So that's my sort of summing up. Now I want you all to take 5 minutes. I'm going to give you 5 minutes just to think and to write down some things that you think you have come away with. It might be a phrase, it might be some words, it might just be I don't know what. I want you to put that down on paper now. I'm going to share a bit as to what it is that you have come away with. Okay? From what we have done. Think comprehensively now. And I'm going to bring up something else for you to see.
Also, Dr. Rainford, are we going to do that exercise you said to find out our teaching style?
That's one of the things which I have not done. But guess what? I'm going to send it to you.
Okay.
I'm going to send it to you. I said, what have I missed? That's what I have missed. All right? I'm going to send you to a site that will allow you to look to see what are your strengths and weaknesses and how would you evaluate your own teaching. All right? I must send that. I promise you that, and I haven't delivered on that yet. Welcome back, Crystal.
She said, I was like, what she said? How did she say? She said, wait,
Which you taking out now.
That was a lot. plans on the same today?
It's, I think she's calculation all.
On this. What's the paper?
Yeah. She was.
It's right there on the side.
All right, that's your 5 minutes. So we're just gonna hear from you all now. And perhaps this may form a part of your final evaluation. So let me hear what you say, and then I'm going to talk a bit about how you may think about going through. So let's go. Regina, you're first.
You want to go first?
Regina, I will just call your name and you will respond. Regina, you're first.
I just woke up.
Alright,
Miss.
Regina, not you, Dario, Regina.
Regina.
All right, miss. All right. First thing, I'm just going to talk from the top of my head because my back is hurting me, and I just woke up. But
I understand.
What have I learned from this course? I'm sorry, I'm having a headache and a backache. What have I learned from this course?
Go ahead.
What if I didn't want to go first?
I know. I didn't know that because I can't see you. I can't even see. The only person I can see right now is
yeah. That's why I didn't want to go first. I'm not being a bad student. I'm having a terrible backache and a headache.
All right. I'm gonna let you off the hook, but I'm not quite. I just need 5 words. You don't have to do a sentence.
What's the question actually? 5 words? 5 words.
We're summarizing. I went through the course in terms of its what we set out to achieve, what I think we have accomplished, and I have said what I thought I missed and what I think I ought to have done differently. I'm asking you now to do something similar. So I'm just give me 5 words. They can be phrases, they can be words, your experience.
Looking for something. 5 words.
Invigorating. Inspiring.
I don't want to go first for this one. 5 words, phrases. Yeah, that can be one.
Can't think of anything at all? You're coming up blank?
What do I want to say now? Interesting. Interesting.
Interesting.
Interesting.
I want what you take away, I want what what do you take away from it? What have you got from this?
Knowledge.
Not sounding very
Experience. I don't want to go first.
You don't want to go first. Alright, going first is not an issue, but let's go. Dario, let's hear from you.
Well, there are a number of things that this course has made me very knowledgeable of. The word or the concept that stands out for me is meaningful learning. That's the only thing I can remember, actually. But what I've seen is, lot of times, maybe it's just for me, but sometimes as a teacher, you can be caught up in the idea, you know, you are like the reservoir of knowledge, and you see that the children have some limitations, and because of that, you might not give them activities that you consider to be largely or highly critical. But what I've realized is that once these children, they meaningfully learn, what will happen is that they will be able to construct their knowledge. Whatever they understand, they'll be able to put it out. It might not be in the method or in the strategy that I have chosen, but they will be able to show or demonstrate that they have actually learned something.
All right. Thank you. Okay. St. Lucia. Alphonsus, are you back with us?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Crystal? Sorry, not Crystal. Not Crystal. Oranthos? Ramid, are you there?
Yeah, we're here.
Okay, go ahead, Oranthos.
Oh, what I take from this class?
Yes.
Sure. Anything, the first presentation I think we did was inductive reasoning. I thought that was quite interesting. And also the more use of activity learning, giving kids the use of like objects to understand how things work.
Okay. All right.
That would be beneficial to me going forward, because I guess I'm an old philosophy, learning formulas and things of that nature, and everything has changed.
Yes.
So I think using that sort of structure now, this class has helped me benefit and understand what needs to happen for the different type of learning styles and things of that nature.
Okay, thank you. Kezia, you're next.
I learned the difference between conceptual versus the behavioral. I also gathered that questioning is also important to have different levels of questioning. I learned that students can actively learn. They are not just blank slates. They do have ideas and they can play a role in learning. So we don't just come and just give them all we think they need to, but they can contribute in their learning. So
just a few things. Rosina, can I hear from you?
Yeah, I learned a lot, so the fun was babbling. But anyway, for today, I guess it was lesson planning involved viewing all learning styles and engaging students to assess their knowledge. And in assessing students, there's many ways we can go about assessing them. And so you provided us with many ways of doing that. And also that we need to tap into the most appropriate method of assessing the students so that the assessment is done appropriately.
Okay. Thanks, Rosina. Are you finished?
Yeah.
Okay. Joma, you're next.
What I stood out was when I was doing the presentation on constructivism and behaviorism. And I guess, well, not just really this word, but the overall program, make me start assessing the way I've been teaching by the last 2 years. Kind of start to see, I guess, wrong approach I've been taking, and discovering that there are better approaches.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a very good start. Crystal, you're next.
One of the things that I well, there are several things that I learned, but one of the ones that stuck to me, especially today, was regards to assessment and how assessment should also be a measure not just for the students, but for the teachers themselves, in the sense that I think I was always thought the focus was students, but we should also look at it as a gauge for us to see where we need to improve in terms of how we grasp our students. So it's not just a one-sided approach to the assessment. Yeah. But I just do this all. I'm sorry. Okay, yeah, that's what's stuck.
Thanks, Crystal. And Venus, you're the first one here, so you should be the last one to speak.
This course was very valuable. In many ways, going through the course, I saw things that I was doing that were good, and I also saw things that I was doing that were not so good, and I'm willing to change. A few things stood out for me. The idea of a professional knowledge base for teachers stood out because through the years I've learned a lot of stuff from experienced teachers at school, and it has assisted me greatly in terms of classroom management, in terms of delivering content to students, and so on. And just discussing it in class was valuable. The second one is micro teaching. When we did the micro teaching and afterwards we had to do a reflection on it, I came to the point where I wondered, why aren't we using this at our school to ensure that we as teachers remain as sharp as we be? And I'm excited about speaking to my principal about using this maybe occasionally, probably maybe at least once a year, if not once a term, where we have staff meetings, get teachers together, give teachers topics and let them teach on the topics, have micro teaching sessions as part of staff development. The next one is questioning. This one I find it was very, very valuable as a tool to get students to think, to help students practice critical thinking skills, and that's a problem I have at my school. Many of my students, and I think that problem exists across the board in other islands as well. And the last, well, not necessarily the last, but I finally understood the art of assessment and evaluation. Because very often as teachers, when we have to do these things, we just grab some questions from a textbook or from the internet or from some other source without really putting thought into it. And after going through today's class, it would lead one to really question how you set up exams, how you set up other types of assessment and so on, to really think of what you're doing and to ask the right questions and to use the right yardsticks in actually creating types of assessment. And the last thing, when in doubt, choose C. Thank you very much.
He said, when in doubt, choose C. Okay, thanks, Alvinus. For me, teaching this course has been really rewarding. I just didn't know what I would be able to do in this context, where you're communicating with different sets of people all over the Caribbean. And I really wondered how it was going to work. I am still anxious to see what you'd write on your final piece. But I really am happy that I think we have managed to get through some of the big ideas. it certainly has made me really come to realize, if I hadn't known it before, that you don't have to tell people everything. That you present a framework and the readings, and students will fill in, especially as adult learners. And for me, that has cemented what I knew intuitively, but I'm sure I know it in a deeper way. Bermuda, are you still there?
Yes, we are.
Oh, excellent. Can you see the screen?
Not clear, but
All right.
get to zoom in.
Hello, screen people. Could you zoom in for me, please? All right. I'm gonna tie all this up now and to say a couple of things. I will, God willing, be in Bermuda the first week in September, I think.
What about St. Lucia?
I'm not sure when I'll be there yet, I'll be honest. But I think I will be there. I'm going to be doing, and we will be meeting certainly.
Yay!
All right.
Yay.
To be able to talk about the practicum and to give you some support. Now,
Yes.
I know we're doing from Bermuda, and I know that we're going to be perhaps having our class there, and the rest of you you'll be watching us as we talk about this. And we also need to find an opportunity to come to St. Lucia to meet with Alvinus and Crescentiana. And I'm pretty sure we will. So Bermuda is first. I think St. Lucia is next, and I'm sure we'll be at Western Jamaica campus as well.
Good stuff.
What's that, Alvinus?
I said good stuff.
Giving some insights about the practical and ensuring that we're on the same page. So we will be doing this in September, and we'll have a common class. Now, I want us to zoom in on this, not because I think it's the greatest reflection, but I think it captures some of what I want you to think about. And what I wanted to do just now with this last piece was for us to begin to think about reflecting on what we have done. Now, I'll just read what it says. It says the assignment, it's a critical reflection on something totally unrelated to what you have done. But it's to give you some of what I want you to think about. The assignment provided quite a bit of insight into qualitative research for me. When I compare it with quantitative research, with which I am much more familiar, it requires much greater degree of interaction with people, perhaps much more than would be comfortable for a novice researcher to zero in on this and give it full attention. So the point I wanted to make here, can you go back up? I've highlighted some things in yellow because what I've put in yellow sort of helps to clarify and point to a knowledge base about, in this case, qualitative research that comes up in the description. The first thing I wanted to say about reflections is that it should not just be a means of talking about experience, but you must also zero in on the content, the knowledge, the information that you have got from the course. So the language that you use must allow anyone to know what you are reflecting about, and that you're reflecting about it in an accurate way. So what I have highlighted in yellow addresses some of the concepts that have been addressed that will relate to qualitative research, as this is what this is all about. The second thing I want to say is that it must give, where possible, explanations and examples, as in this case, i.e., to be more personal. You might really want to think about not just making broad statements, but in making the statements, you want to give some specific examples of what you're talking about. What is missing from this, which I had not got a chance to put in, was the integration of some of the references that you may want to include in your reflection. References that address the concepts and the issues that you are dealing with in your presentation. So pretty much what I'm saying is that it is important for you to do three things. It is important for you to ensure in writing up about your reflections, you capture the concepts that relate to the issues that you're talking about. So if it's about strategies, then you want to talk a bit about strategies in such a way that we understand that you understand. You with me? Not just in general broad terms. Secondly, you need to show that you explain, perhaps by way of examples, okay? For example, and other examples that you might want to, and you write that in so we can get what you're saying. And thirdly, which is not evident here, is the use of some references, which I shall put in this document and make sure that you can see how it may be used. Okay? So this is already online. It's already up. It's been up for quite a while. Okay?
Can you send it to me for your email, please?
I sent it to you already though. You have it.
Everybody?
You have it. Okay? And I will do some edits to it and send it to you so you can see what I'm saying. And I'll try to do that before the end of this week. Just to give you an example of how to integrate the references in the text so that it shows your appreciation for what you have experienced, what you understand, and link it to what you have read. All right?
Dr. Rainford?
Yes, my dear.
Is this PowerPoint that you've done today, is that part of the other PowerPoint that we got emailed to us?
Yes. Oh, did I send that? The number 3? I don't think so, you know. No. Okay. Is that? My internet went down. I will send it to you immediately before I leave here. But it's already on. It's already on our daily. But you don't have access. I'm going to send it to you.
And don't get the teaching style site.
What's that, Crystal?
And the teaching style site.
No, I don't forget that. That I don't forget. I thought we would have been able to do it actually in class, but that didn't happen. All right, any questions?
No.
All right. Well, it's almost time for the Brazil match, but I want to wish you all the very best. I am on email. You know how to find me.
Yes,
you know how to get to me, and I'll try and respond as quickly as I can. And this lesson should be available, so you can tell Presentiana, Alvinos, that it should be available online soon.
One last thing. The assignment 2 is due on the 17th, by the 7th.
Yes. Send it by email since you can't upload it. You can't. All right. But maybe what I should say is, send it by email because if you know upload it myself, but send it by email. So it's easier if you upload it I'm likely to find it on our video.
See if we can.
Yes. You'll see the slot for you to upload it. So upload it from it. It's easier that way. That way I will never lose it.
All right.
And it's always there. Okay? But those who can't, it's by email. Bye guys. Have a good other summer school and you take care.
Okay, take care.
Oh, and I got that. I got that. Wanted to send? Assignment once. Yes.
But are you sending
Wasn't that wrong?
Saying about it from?
I didn't see it. What you said? Marcia, no. I'm doing one. Or Marcia, Rainford at Gmail.
Alright, the first one I said was Marcia.Rainford@EU.jn. It send it over, so I send it to the second one I said was Marcia.Rainford@gmail.com.
What is the email?
GOMOK7@gmail.
K. 7.
July 1st, July 3rd.
You see, you have Marcia.Rainford@gmail.com.
Not you. This is the ideal one. Marcia.Rainford@gmail.com.
Yeah.
I want to never put that.
You did? And with Gmail, you think you're not, it's very J-O-N-O.
And so you go along good.
There's one on Gmail.
No, you don't. Let me know where it is. That's my Gmail. No, it'll be It was a 0. I had C0 and of 0. Let's see what you have. Yeah, let's
I know.
What's the second?
Yeah, the critique.
Critique was the first one.
I have this one. From July 3.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's sent to the Gmail actually.
Yeah. The Gmail, I always check.
Oh.
Because I've
So when I do send to the Gmail.
Yeah. But my you one of the have at work.
You just send them with those. That's how I send the Gmail.
I see how much other things when you one of them. I mean, like every other work it's easy for me to see. Because I have 0, you know. Students run at this.
Oh no, the warning.
Bye.
I can see that you uploaded something, but it's not sent. And it was uploaded here because it's in gray. We're gonna send evaluation.
Which evaluation?
We'll be evaluating next one.
But it's not
That's but it's all I see is just done.
Bye, everyone.
Bye, Aminos. Richard, you can't think of it, you can't. You can't think of something I don't know.
Class hockey.
Congrats.
That's it?
Class done.
So easy. So easy. Nerdy.
At what time?
3:30. 3 o'clock match. Oh.
Oh, the correct. Incorrect. Correct this. Isn't it? Can I get any notes? You get them? Yeah. Put you in for something more for sure. You should see kind of computer. Working out. Why? Turn back and see when nature I did something on this computer this morning and I paused it. It's a day here because so yeah.
It's an English course.
There's a different question. No, what I call it?
Mm-hmm.